And we are live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy here, and we are back with Crash Team Rumble and with a brand new season started of Summer Forest. How are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are doing great. Sorry for the cancellation of the stream yesterday. The best way to explain what happened was I was picking my parents up after they were off of vacation, driving home, and on the way home we were slammed with heavy traffic. And after being slammed with heavy traffic, then we get into a blizzard, a snowstorm, people cutting me off, people being mean, people being terrible. And I was angry. I was an angry Canadian. Like, I'm typically nice and polite, but I was spitting nails. I was so angry and my nerves are so shaky. And finally, when I got home, I was like, nah, I can't do it. Nah, not doing it. Not doing it, because one thing's going to go wrong and my lid's going to blow and my eye's going to start twitching. So actually, my eye was already twitching, so it'd be both eyes twitching. So I just figured, you know what? I would just spend the rest of the day with my parents, hanging out with them, talking about their trip, and shifting everything to today and tomorrow. So, already we got donations coming in. This is incredible. Thank you so much, Dr. Rank, for the $5 super chat. See, summer in January. I like a story in Brisbane, Australia yesterday. 34 degrees Celsius, felt like 38. Yeah. That's terrible. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate that. Carl Feuerman donated £2 through super chat. What is a dork? A miserable pile of secrets. Thank you so much for the £2. I appreciate that. Would have been an interesting stream. Oh yeah, it would have been. Yeah, it was pretty. Very, very, very interesting. So now there's something that also I want to announce is that also Spyro is officially available for everybody to actually play. So you just need to get relic assist badges and you can unlock him, and there you go. He's good to go. I've already done and gotten 2 of skins and a couple of stuff, which, by the way, even though it says in competitive or party mode, the silver dragons are only spawning in party mode, which not a fan of that. Which in my opinion was a bug, and for some reason, which I don't know why, but there seems to be some sort of protocol on the end of Toys for Bob that is basically saying that they can't push out as many patches as they did before for some reason. Why? No idea. I don't know why that's happening. It sucks, because what happens is that if there was a mistake made at the start of the patch, then it's something that we have to carry with throughout the entire season until the next season, where it gets fixed, which is dumb. And I'm very curious as to why it's set up that way, because it doesn't make any sort of sense, if you ask me. But what do I know? I'm just a dork that screams about stuff on the internet. Okay. But yeah, I'm kind of confused on that aspect as to why. I have no idea. I have no idea why it's like that. So, but anyway, we're going to actually hop into a practice match real quick. And what we're going to do is that we're going to just jump into Summer Forest. And I just want to show you guys around real quick before we actually get into the match, because I actually want to kind of explore this a little bit, because I'm going to tell you this right now. This is the biggest map, hands down, in the game in terms of just size. So, like, you don't realize just how big this map is. I just want you guys to take a look before we get into actual games. This map is actually, like, gigantic. Like, this map, there's a speed boost. This map is, and the music. Oh, the music, it's like a remix. It's not one track. There are egg thieves that spawn, which is crazy. And if you get the egg thief bag, it's equivalent to like a full stash of Wumpa. Then you gotta make your way all the way back to the bank. Like, this map is gigantic. So there are a couple of relic stations. I'm going to see if I can try to show them to you before we get into the matches. There's money bags, where when you activate him, he gives you a bag of money, which is, again, a Wumpa stash that starts collecting. So that's super interesting because, like I said, it allows you to start collecting Wumpa really early. And this is also probably why this portal power-up was given to us, because, oh my gosh, it takes forever to get back to your base. So you can just tap this, teleport back, and land. Because if you had to run for every single thing, oh my gosh, it would take forever. If you have a bag too, you can't just sit down, activate another bag, and then get it refilled. You have to go and return. But you can keep an eye when that one's filled to try to charge your way back and get another one started. Charles, he's only $2 super chat. Sunny Beach is an interesting OST choice. It is. It is. But there's a couple of other tracks mixed in there too, though. It's not just that one. So there are like statues. If we run over here, there's neutral map mechanics. We can kind of look and see there's a whole bunch of just stuff out there. Oh, that's the other power-up I want to show you guys. So the other power-up I want to show you guys is called Enchanted Tower. So you activate this, and it starts firing like arrows at anybody that comes by who's bad, and with TNT sticks attached to them, and then detonating them. So you can do something like this. You can go around, hit the egg thief, hit the teleport, get back immediately. Like goodness gravy.
Your team boosted.
Hey, Dr. Rank donated $10 to Super Chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Give me 1 second. If I had a nickel for every time the event items were screwed up as the Spyro map launched, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? Yeah, it's kind of true. You're not wrong. It is kind of weird that there's like a bunch of these little issues that are... I don't even want to say they're little either, though, because they are annoying. Alright, so now let me show you the elemental orbs, if I can. But this map is gigantic. Like, I can't stress just how weird it is in competitive games to not see as many people. It is strange. It is super strange, man. Like, it is weird. It is weird to be running around. Love the green. I love the green too. Thank you so much, Emerald Queen, for being a member for 18 months and being, of course, a part of the channel for much longer than that. Thank you so much. If you want to become a member as well, there is a link in the description below, or if one of the mods can throw a link. It allows you to support the channel for $2, $5, or $10 a month, and you also get emojis that are custom for the stream. And of course, my everlasting support and love for deciding to support the channel. I didn't have enough time. So the orbs work when you collect 3. Imagine Aku Aku, but like with 3 different like power-ups at the same time. So no, I don't think the devs aren't being lazy. I believe it's a resource problem, because according from what we've been told, there's only at Toys for Bob there is only 1 network engineer. 1. Demonware also helps with the support, but their main priority, of course, is always going to be Call of Duty. So if there's any changes that need to be done, it's all on 1 guy. Now, it would seem, in my opinion, from what I have seen, that what happens is that when a patch is like sent out, certain things cannot be changed until the end of the season for some reason. somebody made an oopsie doopsie no-no and they screwed up on the collectibles for both of these two major events. Now, why? It's a good question as to how or why that happened, but obviously we don't entirely know. So, unfortunately, we now gotta deal with this kind of stuff, but apparently balancing issues, it's okay. Audio's a little bit out of sync. Okay, hold on. Like my microphone or the game? Okay, the microphone is there. Why are we out of sync? Game audio. That's weird. I don't know why I'd be out of sync. Is it like really bad out of sync?
3, 2, 1.
All right, let me see if maybe in a match or two I can see if I can fix this. Okay, so A is locked down. Lock down B. Get 2 seconds off. Okay. Alright, I have to definitely fix that. Weird that it's doing that though. Because why would it be not delayed for me, but delayed for you guys? That makes very little sense. But alright, that's weird. Ah!
Enemy team boosted.
Okay, locked down. Super boosted. Excellent. Oh, good night, buddy. Okay. Close the door on the way out, okay, bud? Thank you. He's getting so big.
TNT drones available. Enemy team boost expired. Your team boost expired.
No! Greg! Okay. This is not going well for us. This is going bad. Got that locked down, so that should help with. Okay, there goes Crash Bandicoot.
Your team boosted. Ally team super boosted.
Come on. And you see, because now I'm collecting hot cocoa, right? So, okay, it's like, why am I collecting hot cocoa? It's because I'm collecting the whoever programmed it messed up on which collectibles were going where. And because of that, now we don't have nice things. So now we have to play through party mode. Who's dropping these Gregs? Aw, man. Can I? Can I? Well, it looks like it's a hard no. Stop!
Your team boost expired.
Stop! Okay. I don't know if it's a lack of preparation, but more of just a lack of resources, right? But now I'm hoping that maybe Toys for Bob turns around and says, turns to Xbox and says, "Hey, yo, diggity dog, can we get more resources, please?" And that would be cool. That would be really cool. They'd be like, "Hey, we need more resources, please. Please and thank you. To be able to get this game in a better spot quicker." And it's like, okay, cool. So that when issues like that happen, it's just, it might be, "Hey guys, you might have to wait till tomorrow," and then it'll go back to normal. And right then it's like, okay, cool. Not have to wait till next season to get it fixed, you know? Hold on. Oh, geez, trying to keep myself at... No, shoot. Elena donated $10 through Super Chat. Thank you so much. Why are my Super Chats actually... Are they showing up? There. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they are now. Okay, I have my thing too low. From Grandma Fido's extra because the night canceled. Aw, thank you so much. I will be streaming tomorrow, though. I am going to be streaming tomorrow. At least I plan to. Planning to, so. But thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gotcha!
Brutal takedown.
Don't touch those. Those are painful. Alright. I am Blocker Ripto. Hear me scream incoherently. Come on. See, that's the thing with female, that's the problem with female entropy, is that she, with her slam, she can telegraph where she's gonna go. And because she can telegraph exactly where she's gonna go, you can just kind of sidestep and then just bring down the thunder. Oh, I can't stop Greg. I just got that. That's why I went to grab the 2, was to try to get... Oh, we won! No way we won! No bloody way we won! There is no way! No way! Wow. I am Blocker Ripto. Hear me rage. Oh, great. Now I'm just thinking of, like, Barbarian Ripto. Like, you know, when you're playing D&D and they cast move Rage. Oh, I would like to rage. I would like to rage. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got the Toasty skin for female entropy as well. Okay, so for this one, it looks like everybody wants to be a blocker, so I am going to play Spyro with the bank portal, because you really don't need Wumpastache on this level. How was your birthday? My birthday was good. It was really good to celebrate with all of you. I really appreciated that. And yeah, it was fun. 3 blockers, 1 score. Let's go. All right. So, hey, Mel! Mel's over here with raiding over here. Raid! Hi! Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody who's raiding. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing, Mel? I hope you're doing great. Yeah, thank you for the raid. How you doing? Do you think that there could be something Year of the Dragon in February? I have a... Okay. I'm going to say this because I don't want people to take this and run with it. So I'm going to say this very carefully. So please understand what I'm saying. Very carefully. Technically, personally, do I think it's possible that we could get either an announcement or a very heavy-handed hint at the Year of the Dragon? Yes. So February 10th. Is it likely? No. I am expecting on February 10th, I am hoping that they do a very heavy-handed hint where it is not a, ooh, maybe. It's literally like something along the lines of like, it's the Year of the Dragon. We can't wait to celebrate with you. Stay tuned for more dragon-themed activities this year, winky face, right? Okay, then it's like something very heavy-handed in pushing that, you know, something very, very heavy-handed, a heavy-handed hint. That's what is, I think, possible. Is it going to happen? I don't know. And are they going to outright announce it? Again, I don't think I would be happy and I would be overjoyed, but I think a very heavy-handed hint, a very heavy-handed, very obligatory, very obvious wink, way more than even the 2024 motto thing, even way more than that. Well, we're definitely doing another Spyro Community Day. We always do a Spyro Community Day. 2 this year? I don't think we're going to do 2 this year. We're probably just going to stick to the one in September, unless if like February comes up and something happens where, like, you know, something changes that, then, you know, we'll go from there. In my mind, it's penned in, which, you know, not confirmed, but just, you know, aha. Haha! There can only be one! I don't know why you would... Sorry, bud. Oh, no! Alright, well, let me just turn these in. Because I need to activate the elemental orbs to unlock the final skin from... like, just doing activities. Alright, let me go and try to turn it again. Let me turn in my 119. Game audio... that's right, the game audio is delayed. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. That's right, I was gonna do that, and then I saw that I was playing on Summer Forest. I was like, okay, well then I'll play this one. So, after this, as long as I'm not playing Summer Forest again, I'm going to fix the... I'm gonna try to. I don't know why it's delayed. It's very strange. But definitely, yes, we're definitely going to do another Spyro Community Day. We do a Spyro Community Day every year to try to, you know, literally to, you know, share the fact that there's a fan base, because you would be shocked as to how many people don't realize that there is a die-hard dedicated fan base for Spyro. Like, there's every single time we have a Spyro Community Day, there's always somebody that was like, oh, it's Spyro Community Day? Wait, what? I didn't even know that people still like to play Spyro. And it's like, yeah, there is. There's a lot of people. Alright, so here's how it works. They can knock it away, or you can grab it, and now... Wait, am I big? Does green make me bigger? It does. Oh gosh, I didn't realize that. So the green orb makes you bigger. The blue orb makes you... Oh, well, I hit him. There we go. Blue orb gives you speed and speed. Speed and, like, shocks. So, it's pretty cool.
Ally enchanted tower. What a knockout.
Alright.
Boosted.
So yeah, that is how elemental orbs. Green for Wumbo. That's exactly right. Green for Wumbo. But you see what I mean by, like, there's not a crazy amount of, like, combat. It is literally just, it is wide open. But the thing is, too, is that if you do get into combat, other than the speed portals, there's not a lot of ways to get out, unless of course you have one of these. So I got our I got the thingamabob. Bingo.
Enemy team boost expired.
I'm sorry. All right. A is getting locked down. The red orbs give you super, like, when you attack, big, knockback orbs, like, start, like, coming out. It's pretty cool.
Egg Thief returns.
That we do. That. Why not? Let's throw this on an enchanted tower, just so that they don't get it, because they were close to it. There we go. Grab this. We're gonna be also switching into party mode too, because we're gonna be playing the new game mode. Bye bye. Uh-oh, I landed on the fridge.
What a smackdown.
No, I almost had enough, and then they knocked enough wump out of me to not be enough anymore. All right. Let's go this way. There we go. Oh, oh. All right. So let me try to figure out what this audio delay issue is, because why is there an audio delay? But we also got, like, the Phantom of the Opera, Phantom of the Badlands. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love that name. I absolutely adore that name, Phantom of the Badlands. Okay. Give me a second here. There is a new one, yes. Okay. Let me shut that down. I don't know why the audio would be delayed. That doesn't make any sort of sense. It doesn't say sync offset. Okay. That is weird. That is very weird. I don't know why it's set up this way. Okay, let's try pulling this back up. I just rebooted it. Is that any better? Here, let me go to, I just muted it. Let me just take a look and see if it, is there a delay over on Twitch? Is there a just rebooted it. Is there a delay over on Twitch or no? Jordan Wells! Walls! Sorry. I got my A's and my E's messed up. Let me see here. Okay, lock down. Super boosted. Excellent. Okay, yeah, it's definitely... Oh, good night, buddy.
I feel fired up, Bob.
Okay, so that's looking... And you see, because now I'm collecting hot cocoa, right? Okay. So, oh, and a gift. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Yes, Prime. Yeah. Hey, Howling Wolf, how's it going? Okay, hold on a second. So, is that any better? I hope so. I think that is that any better? I hope that's better. Yes, I think it's fixed. Still delayed. Still off. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. All right. That doesn't make sense. What? Why is it? Why is it delayed? Okay, hold on. Let me try something. Or would it be? Hold on. You know, I have another idea actually. Hold on. How's that? Let me see if that's better. I just tried a completely different source. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was a weird little side adventure. I don't know why. I don't know why. All right. So now we're gonna go into party mode for a bit, and then we'll switch back and forth. Hopefully, we'll get to the new party game. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to eat dinner before getting ready for the stream. So, cheers. By the way. What did you guys think of today's video? I was very nervous about today's video. I was very nervous. So, but you know, wanting your honesty, right? We'll get this one. It was good. I appreciate the honest take. Okay. So that was, you know, that was the big thing. Was the big thing was sitting there and trying to be as honest as possible, right? As hopeful but honest, right? So what I was hoping for, new video was a W. Thank you, Bob the Blobby. I appreciate that. So yeah, it was something that I was like, I also want to, especially the last part of the video, I especially want to acknowledge a lot of Spyro fans who are upset, right? And you know, I've always been trying to be the guy of positivity, right? I messed that up. You know, I've always been trying to be the constant positive attitude. And I've constantly been trying to be some sort of beacon of positivity, trying to, you know, keep people's hopes alive, because I do expect it to happen. I do think it's going to happen. But I felt like it would be wrong of me to not sit there and not acknowledge, at least in some way, people's frustration, right? Because the fact is that, because here's the fact of the matter. It has been, we're coming up, what, 6 years? I believe I said in the video it was I believe it was 5 to 6 years since we've had a brand new Spyro adventure. Now, unfortunately, the world also hit a pandemic, which, you know, was something unprecedented, and there's delays all over the place, and totally get it. But I felt like this was the video to be like, okay, now is the time. If it's happening, this wasn't a, oh please, I beg for you to announce it. This is a, listen, the stars are aligning and people are getting impatient. And if the stars align and it doesn't get announced, even if people sit there, I appreciate the dark, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. The more I watch your theory reviews, the more I see the folio hat and spinning eyes. I also like the honesty in news in general. That's the thing. I try to be honest. Hopeful and honest. That is my thing. If I'm not hopeful for something, I try to be honest about it. But also the problem is that I'm very hard-headed. So let's start there. I'm more likely to be convinced about something happening versus something not happening. Like if I sat there and I believe I figured it out using as much, you know, cross-checking as possible and, you know, information, and I truly and honestly believe that it's going to happen, it's a lot harder to get me out of thinking it's going to happen versus the other way around. It's if I've done what I believe is decent, like good due diligence, and I believe I figured out that the game is going to be happening, for you to turn around and try to convince me to not do that is going to be hard. And the reason why I say that is because I've gone, I think Crash Team Rumble was probably the worst experience I had when it came to people literally yelling at me it's not going to happen. Or that I was, every video I made talking about it, people were like, why are you still making this? It's not going to happen. From people who were big, you know, larger reporters to people who were small, big and small, you know, there were people that were saying it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. And I held to it. I held to it and I said, it's going to happen. I held to it. Now, did it cost me a lot of sleepless nights? Oh, you betcha. I had a lot of sleepless nights thinking, you know, what if they're right? What if? But, you know, there was something that was just like, no, there's something there. I can't let it go. I cannot let it go. And then when Rumble was announced, finally, after, what, 2 years of talking about it and, you know, speculating about it and going over it all and trying to explore what it is and what it was, you know, finally having that validation that I wasn't crazy. That I wasn't crazy. That I was like, okay, there is something there. There's something there. Right? And I, you know, that's only second to Spyro Reignited. Oh man, Spyro Reignited. Spyro Reignited was a trip and a half, man. It was, I have never seen, like, going back to Spyro Reignited days of, like, trying to figure out whether or not it exists or not. It was some of the most turbulent, up and down, left and right times of my career. And, of course, that was the start of my career. It was so turbulent. It was nuts. Like, man, there were people that were so gung-ho and dead set that it was going to happen, and then people who were so gung-ho and dead set that it was not going to happen. It was bonkers. It was nuts. And when they finally announced that Spyro was a thing, I felt like I could, you know, rip the sky in half with my own hands. Like, just, like, there's no other way to describe it. It sounds weird, but I felt like anything was possible. Right? Like, the fact that I was able to sit down with a bunch of crazy friends, and we all were just, you know, looking at every single tiny little potential detail and coding and everything possible. And, you know, I look back and I see some of the things I point out to as evidence, and I laugh because I'm like, man, that's nuts. And then other times I'm like, hey, you know, maybe I was right on that one. And it's funny, you know? Would you say that at least since 2015, 2016, that the more positive take has been the correct one? Basically, the only project that is still eluding me, that I have my eye on, I'm just like, what's going on with that? Because, again, someone was in my DMs not less than a month ago that I know has, you know, reached out to me in the past and given me some, you know, hint, nudges on certain projects, and they were true. And they were saying they heard something about Sly Cooper again, and I'm like, what is going on with Sly Cooper? Like, oh my gosh. I'm like, as soon as I think, okay, maybe it's not happening, all of a sudden something happens, either publicly or privately, that kind of convinced me to be like, maybe it is happening. And then I'm like, so I've kind of stopped on Sly Cooper for a little bit for now until something more concrete comes out. Because my gosh, I have not been more confused about a game coming out than Sly Cooper. Never have I ever been more confused about that. It's just, what in the world is going on with it? And my answer to you is, I have no idea. I have no idea anymore. I have no clue. It was, it wasn't, then it kind of was, and then it kind of wasn't, and then it was potentially canceled and restarted, but then also, like, there was, like, all of these things, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I stopped commenting on it because I'm like, it has been a roller coaster of what is going on. I've never been more confused about whether or not a game was coming than Sly Cooper. I have no idea anymore. I have no clue. I want it to happen. Do I think it's going to happen? I'm leaning towards... What I'm leaning towards right now is that Sly Cooper is in a developmental purgatory. Not going to happen. Sly Cooper's is like Schrodinger's cat. Sly Cooper's cat. Like, man, I have no idea. I think that there is something in development, but it's just sitting in purgatory. It's just sitting there, waiting for the right situation to happen, and it's been planned by different teams and different things. That's what I think.
Wave complete.
Is that Toast? Yes. Yes. So no, this is a PAX East shirt that I'm wearing. Where's Cooper? Yeah, man, I have no idea when it comes to Sly Cooper anymore. I'm like, maybe, perhaps. The one thing that I think definitely happened is that there was something in development. That is something that I can almost feel certain about. Like, if I had to gamble money, which I don't gamble, but if I had to gamble money on something Sly Cooper related in terms of development, I would gamble that there was something penned in and or planned. That there was. Was it canned? Was it stopped? Was it shelved? Was it turned into a different game? Was it, like, I don't know, man. Did the one person in the alternate timeline that was going to make the game get struck by lightning and couldn't do it? I don't know at this point. I have no idea. The one thing that I have heard, which I speculate has to do with what's it called? The animation.
Wave complete.
Hey, Chuck Norris, how's it going? That's where my brain is. Where my brain is right now is just like when it comes to Sly Cooper. It's in this limbo. It's in this purgatory of just nothingness and everything at the same time. It's like I genuinely am at a loss for words for that project from what I've heard. But what I think is that because I think they're trying to line up like a game with the animation. So if the animation gets stopped, so does the project. I'm thinking, where's the last bloody sign? That's over there. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Because we do have evidence of Sony making sure that, oh yeah, all their stuff is all timed up together nicely. Everything is, you know, one project announces another project, leads to another project. And it's like, okay, yeah, that all makes sense. And that's where I'm kind of at the moment when it comes to Sly. Because at this point, I have no clue. Again, just in this purgatory of maybe won't work. Like, hey, I'm happy to hear that. Hi, Sora. How's it going? Who's your favorite character to play on Crash Team Rumble? Ooh, who's my favorite character? You know, Spyro. But another character that whenever I sit there, I'm like, okay, I kind of want to try to win this match. Like, I'm going to try hard this match. I'm try-harding. For me, it's a Ripperoo. If we need a blocker and we need somebody to make sure that, you know, the blocking can happen, for me, Ripperoo is just... I love Ripperoo. I really do. Ripperoo has all the tools that you ever want to be a blocker. That's my character of like, I'll play this character. If I'm like, all right, I'm try-harding this match super hard, who am I going to play? Ripperoo. Tana's another one. So Tana, Ripperoo, and Coco. So yeah, those are kind of like my elite characters. I know that if I spent the time, I could throw Cortex in there. I have a little bit of a personal bias against Cortex because of how overpowered he was at the beginning. At the beginning of the game's life, Cortex was like ridiculous. And I'm happy, you know, to see that that they actually like kind of brought them more into balance. What is your least favorite characters to play? My least. So my least favorite characters to play. Let me actually quickly take a look at the characters. I'm not crazy about Engine. Not because he's bad, just I kind of find him boring. I find Engine just kind of meh. It's kind of boring. I like Ripto, but I know that he's not great. But I like him. I like playing as Ripto. Ripto's fun to play, but I know he's not that great. I don't know. Engine just kind of boring a little bit. I don't know. I wouldn't say he's bad. I used to play a lot of Catbat. Not so much anymore. But I used to play a lot of Catbat. I can still play Cat Bat. So I used to play. Oh, he has some. Oh, yeah. You see, like I said, I'm not saying engine is bad. Maybe I should reword this. Reword this.
Get lit.
Let me reword this. I don't find his playstyle boring. I just don't enjoy playing that kind of playstyle. Right? It's not that he's bad. It's just that I understand his playstyle, and I'm not the biggest fan. I don't like playing that way. I don't find joy in that playstyle. You know, I like to play differently. What was your Sunflowers and Pup's favorite parts of the package? So, for the kids, we're slowly giving them the toys each day, when we can remember. We forgot actually today. Because if we give them all in one shot, the kids are going to be overwhelmed. They're like, hey, so many toys, I don't know what to play with. And then they just kind of get like this stun locked of, I don't know what to play with, and they just sit there. So we've just steadily been giving them, slowly but surely. So I'll get back to you with the kids, but in terms of Sunflower, in my opinion, I believe it was a Super Mario 3D All Stars. I think that's really, really good.
Wave 2 going up.
So,
3, 2, 1.
so yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with Engine. I don't hate him. I'll still play him, and I'll still do decently well as him as well. Like, I'm not, it's not like, oh, you're just bad as him. No, it's not that. It's just Did I already collect a dragon? No, I didn't. Oh, okay, well, there we go. Now we got it. I used to play a lot more Cat Bat, not so much anymore. Actually, after I unlock that Scorch skin, I think I'll be playing some Cat Bat, because that Scorch skin is, for all intents and purposes, fire. Like, you know, that Scorch skin is really, really, really good.
Complete. Nitro Towers.
And for a while, Spryo was pretty much in the like, before the most recent, like, balance patch, Spryo was in the dumpster bin permanently, forever and always. Just always in the dumpster. Don't ever poke your head out. Don't ever do anything ever, Spryo. You're your own tier of bad. Like, there was no D tier character, but Spryo was so bad he surpassed B and had his own tier, or D, and he had his own tier of bad. It was like, whenever there was anything like, hey, you gotta play Embryo, I was just like, yeah, my life is misery. Like, doing the mastery for Spryo, I wanted to die. Like, it was so much pain to do it. I hated it with every fiber of my being. I hated it.
Time is running out.
And then they turn around, they just did a couple tweaks, and all of a sudden Spryo went from being unplayable to being absolutely viable and fun. And a fun character to play. Not the best, but definitely optional now.
Wave complete.
My top 3 most hated characters to fight against. I mean, Cortex is number 1 to fight against. That's pretty, you know, that's awful. A good Ripperoo is really harsh to deal with. A good Ripperoo, both as a player and against it. Like, if I'm playing Ripperoo and I'm just on my game that night, unstoppable. If I'm on my game. If I'm off my game, if I'm not too focused, or if something's bothering me, or I'm just, you know, playing for having fun, Ripperoo, you know, I'm a decent Ripperoo. But if I'm, like, hyper focused and, like, trying to be super, you know, super try hard sweaty, absolutely, I think Ripperoo is a terror. And I think that there's other people that are just like that, where it's just when they're on their game, Ripperoo is just intolerable. We're not going to win this one. Don't think so.
All boss tokens collected.
Alright, so we got the tokens. I'm right now focusing on clocks because apparently... There we go. Okay, we all need fire. There's only 3 left. So, oh! I'll say this, a really good cat bat. Ugh. Ugh, I hate a good cat. Oh, when I'm dealing with a good cat bat, I want to punch myself in the eye. Oh, I hate good cat bats.
Deadly dragons. 3, 2, 1, burn!
Like straight up, like someone who there's one cat bat I'm thinking of in particular. I can't remember their username, but I remember I've encountered them on stream, and I've encountered them in lobbies as well. Intolerable to deal with. Intolerable. Just you can't kill them. They're slippery as heck. But then that same player once in a while will shift to somebody else, and then it's back to an equal playing field. But when they play cat bat, it's just I can't remember the username for the life of me. But somebody who knows how to position themselves as a good cat bat, man, oh man, golly gee, it is difficult with a capital D. It is not fun to deal with. Cortex is like that too, but you can catch Cortex. The thing is that a really good Cortex will kill you quickly, but if you can catch a good Cortex, you can catch them. You can trip them up. But sometimes, even if you catch a cat bat, even if you catch them, you're like, yeah, I got your number. All of a sudden, they're just like, nope, I'm good. Yeah, this one. Crash, Coco, and Tana. So Tana is definitely with her worst map and worst party mode. Worst party mode for me is Dig It. I hate Dig It. Even though it's probably the one I've won the most bosses on. Actually, no, that's a lie. That'd be the second most, because Get Lit would be the one I've won the most bosses on. Though I very, very, very much am not a fan of what was I just saying? I lost my train of thought. Completely just went out the window. Yeah, let me see if I can try to find a comment that yes, worst map and worst party mode. So the worst map to me, I will say I do enjoy most of the maps. I think most of them are really good. The only one that every time it comes up I go ugh is Rusted Refinery. I'm not crazy about Rusted Refinery, and the reason why I don't like Rusted Refinery so much is simply because of just the relic stations are really weird, and the epic relic station is kind of blah. Because even if you're winning and you get the sandstorm, you can still, even if the enemy team gets in my opinion, it should be, if you get the epic relic station, if you focus all your time and energy on an epic relic station, you should be able to change the whole tide of the game. Sandstorm, no. If you even kill 1 or 2 people with it, you'd be lucky. You know, more investment into the fire defense turrets is better. I don't like its size. I don't like the awkward 2 gems off to the side. To me, Rusted Refinery is definitely weak sauce, in my opinion. Too small, odd-shaped, not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. So far, all the DLC, the new maps have been fantastic. There's not one map where I got into it, thought, it's not so great. The other one that I'm kind of... I know a lot of people don't like this one, and I don't mind it. It's just beachy.
Wave complete.
Just Beachy is okay, but I like the double bank. If it wasn't for the double bank, I probably wouldn't like Just Beachy, but the double bank is just such a really cool and simple idea that I remember when everyone first started playing the game, there was a lot of people that just undervalued that. They said, oh, whatever, we're not going to do that. And then quickly saw that the games were being turned on their heads literally in an instant because of it. Like, and I like that. I like that. You caught my egg. How dare you? The fact that the games were just being turned on their heads so quickly was always something that was cool. And it also gave you hope. Like, if you were, like, super behind, and then all of a sudden you, you know, and then there was an opportunity for you to get that double bank, you're like, oh, we could get back into this. Yep, there's going to be another season. Yep, there's going to be another one. Oh man, I would absolutely. Yeah, I remember that. Was that one of my ideas that for the sandstorm? If you got it, you'd be. What would be really cool, in my opinion, is if the sandstorm was throwing things, like throwing debris, like it was picking up like stuff from the rusted sand badlands. It's got like, you know, sharks in. It's got like the bloody like the sand sharks in there. It's got the sand sharks. It's got things of shrapnel, and it can pick you up, but the thing you gotta duck for is throwing objects out of it, like a twister, just throwing all manner of just objects and ridiculousnesses all over the place, just firing everywhere. And now it's like, now I gotta dodge it. So you can be sitting there turning in, and all of a sudden, knowing Crash Bandicoot lore, a bloody, Penta Penguin launches out of it and nails you with it. Like, that to me would make the power up so much more unique and much more powerful. That to me would be really cool. For me, I dock maps that don't have good epic relic stations. If your epic relic station sucks, I'm not a fan of you. That's why for a while I didn't like which one. You have to realize too, I'm terrible with names. The one with the dragons, not Serenity Gardens. The one with the one with the dragons. I can't remember what it is called again. I'm terrible with names. I'll literally play a game 18,000 times and then forget the name of the level. I just, man. I just thank my stars I can remember the names of my kids, because I used to be so good with names, and then as soon as I started meeting more and more people, it got really, really hard. But anyway, Surreal Summit. Yeah, that's right, Surreal Summit. Surreal Summit, for a while, was sitting in... It wasn't sitting in my worst because it was a unique kind of map. It was very vertical. It was different. And I liked the idea of the dragons. I liked the idea, but it was just... The execution was awful. That's why we were calling it the emotional support dragons. That's what we were calling them, was emotional support dragons. Because they kind of just were that. They'd show up, were Captain Useless Character, and that was it. And I was like, wow, these things actually suck. Now it's a lot better. I still think it can turn the tide of the game. I do think, though, they could still be improved. I would love to see the dragons over at the, what's it called? I would love to see the dragons over at the gem pads. Instead of just them circling on one, if they did like a figure 8 on all three. There was still an opening to get on, but it's a figure 8. So it's going the first, second, third, in a kind of angled, way. I think that would be that would make it balanced and make it like really good. But if they didn't change that, I wouldn't complain. It's fine enough as it is. It can turn the tide of the game. In my opinion, if you spend 30 relics to turn the tide of the game and it doesn't, it makes me mad. Now, does that mean I don't go for the Rusted Refinery or for the Sandstorm? No, I still go for the Sandstorm, of course, because my strategy is always I would rather have it than my enemy team. Right? I would rather have it than they would. So that's just kind of like my philosophy when it comes to that. Like, even if it doesn't net me anything that's big, would I rather have the enemy team have it? If the answer is no, then I'm going to try to make sure to get, but my focus isn't going to be that. If it's like, oh yeah, they got Sandstorm, it's like, okay, yeah, it's not really a big concern to me. I don't think we're going to make this one. Unless we wait. We need one more clock. That's right there. Couldn't get it. Oh, we did it! We did it! What? Okay. That was... Okay, that was... I did not expect. I did not expect to win that one, but here we are, barely. But a victory nonetheless. We take those. We take those. Dig it. Ugh. Everyone's all readied up. Fine, this will be my... Well, no, I need to get the forced run. That's right. Ugh. Also, too, I feel like the difficulty spike... I feel like the difficulty spike on Dig is ridiculous. I remember the first two levels. I was like, man, this game mode's easy. And then level 3 happened. And I was like, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. I remember for a while, nobody could get past level 3 like on the first day. Then level 4 happened.
Wave 1, Kratosaurus.
And then they tweaked it and adjusted it, and it was better. Midas. Speaking of, where is Midas tonight? Is Midas here? There's been some familiar faces that I've been missing. Grab that. There we go. Thank you. We call it Jason. Okay. So he's probably working away. So, Summer Forest is, like, really good. Summer Forest is really bloody good. Like, the music is really good, but it's a remix. I know it's a remix of, because I can definitely tell there's some instruments that are not the same, and it's not bad, but not the same. So definitely some things were tweaked and adjusted for this specifically.
Wave complete.
So it's appropriate for
Crash Cave-A-Coot.
Crash Cave-A-Coot. But we just had the winter month, the winter event. Thank you for my 1 silver dragon. Let's go get this in. Ah! Oh no! Ah, this is disaster! What happened? Oh no. a series of unfortunate events, and I just had mirroring, you know. Also, there's a part of me I'm just, you know, spitballing here. But there's a part of me that thinks that Allura might have been initially planned to come out around Halloween time. Because why is one of her skins a vampire when, when we just had the Halloween event? Guys, we gotta go. Like, we just had the Halloween event, and then during the Christmas event, they dropped the vampire. I'm like, that's, odd. What happened there? I know I heard you. Gotcha. So we got, okay, the clock landed right on top of me. I'm coming, Tana. Let's go. There we go, wave 3.
Wave complete.
You see, it's weird. Summer Forest is weird because now it's the first map that I would suggest many people to actually take the, what's it called? The bank portal more than just from the people that I initially recommended. It's like, you know, there was like 2 or 3 characters that I would highly, maybe 4, we'll say 4. 4 characters that I was like, yeah, you know, bank portal is very viable on these characters. But then the size of that map and the maps are getting bigger every single like patch. Like each one is just with the only one that was small-ish being Jazz Junction, right? So, and Jazz Junction isn't small; it's just regular size. It's just normal size, but beyond that, we gotta unlock the boss. We gotta get clocks. Heck. There we go. We need one more token, though. I see it. Got it. And the last one is over there. Okay, so they got that. I'm gonna see if I can find a clock or something. Whew, got it. I think that there needs to be more time in terms of, like, I do think that Toys for Bob is going to definitely need to, like, amp up their size 100%. I think that that's not a want. I think that's a need. Because having between only like 25 to like 40 people at a time working on an online game like Rumble is kind of crazy to think. Now, I will say one thing, though, that's really nice about Rumble. When I heard the size of the team, I was further reassured that the game is going to do fine in terms of people like, oh, is the game going to get canned? I'm like, no. It's like, why? Because if there's only 30 people on average working on it, it means that they require less income to be able to sustain and make money, right? They don't need $80 bajillion like Epic, where they have like thousands of people employed and apparently are losing money, right? Hey, boss man, like you can't, like the guy from Epic Games, yeah, we're losing money. It's like, how? Look at the size of the scope and scale of your games. Doesn't matter, losing money. But then you have like, if 30 people are working on it, and it's like, oh, well, then the up cost is not egregious, which is good. Which means, hey, the game is going to last even longer. They aren't going to need, you know, $80 bajillion to keep the game going. Alright. This is going to get separated from us. Almost guaranteed. Yep, there it is. We got the head on. Alright, good. Clock. That's the tail. Is that the last thing? I think it's the last thing. There we go. Got it. Really, Pixie P Pixel? Yeah, for some reason, some people have told me in the past, you're not the only person, there are some people have told me in the past that they were subbed to me and then they checked and it was like they were unsubbed. So, you know, hey, double check. If you want to be subscribed, there's a plug there. There's a plug. If you want to, you know, make sure that you stay up to date on everything Crash, Spyro, you know, everything in between. Make sure you're subscribed. And if you think you're subscribed, double check. I still like Artisan's Arena. I like Artisan's Arena. I like that it's different, but I think here's the thing about Forest, not Forest, no, specifically Forest Run, but specifically Summer Forest. It has map interactions that are not tied to relic stations. Like you have the egg thief, and then you have the portals on the ground so you can touch it and it speeds you up, right?
Forest Run.
That stuff is not tied. Island Wolf, how's it going? Yeah, we've been playing a couple matches.
Wave 1. Round the bend. 3, 2,
Here we go. Summer Forest is definitely their most unique map by far in terms of mechanics and design. It's different, it's weird, it's massive, also weirdly, I hate to say this, but it's weirdly passive. And what I mean by that is that, like, there's fighting, but there's skirmishes. So far, now this might change in the future, and that might be because people are still trying to figure the map out, but so far, I haven't had something where it's like Tar Valley, where it is an absolute just grind, where everybody is fighting, and everybody is skirmishing, and everybody just is trying to kill each other, and everybody's trying to headbutt each other. Everyone's trying to die. Like everybody is just, it's just nothing but combat. And for Summer Forest, like I said, there's fighting, but it's skirmishes. It's short skirmishes, really quick, short skirmishes, because the map is so big. And there's so many like directions you can go. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go for the egg thief, or oh, I'm gonna go for money bags, and then I'm gonna go for the enchanted tower, and then this map is gigantic, and hey, look, it's big and wide, so there's no walls that, you know, stop us from fighting, and etc., etc. And there's so much stuff.
time is running out.
I know there's a faster way to go about this. Oh shoot. Try again. So, like, I really do like it. But the thing is that I'm finding is that the level design is getting better and better and better every season. Like, the map level design for Summer Forest is fantastic.
Wave complete.
Yeah, it is. But it seems like
Wave 3. Nitro Run.
it's steadily increasing. Like, the quality is getting better and better and better and better. It's like my favorite maps are almost basically all the DLC maps. Or seasonal maps, we'll say. And then I love the idea of TFB Labs being on shuffle. Love that idea. Fantastic idea. So it's not like, okay, you try the game mode, you're like, okay, I'm done. Now it's like, no. You know, each time you hop into, you know, TFB Labs shuffle, it's like, okay, it's this one, and then it's this one, and then it's this one, and then it's different, and it's up, and it's down. It's like, okay, this is super cool. I like it. Like, the game is getting better significantly season to season. And then there's these little annoying bugs that just keep popping up that are like, okay, you know, it's like, you know, two bugs are fixed and then two new ones pop up, and they're small and they're annoying, but it sucks.
Wave 4. Launcher
I think they have it scheduled. I think they have I think they legitimately have it scheduled. I think the calendar does say when they're doing the shuffle. It's kind of like a weekend event, I know that. But I really like it. I'm like, yeah, this is a great idea for this is a fantastic idea to be able to do it, because there were some TFB labs I didn't care for. I don't think after Capture the Flag, I don't think after that went away, I don't think I touched Capture the Flag again. Like, I haven't seen it. Like, I don't know if it was like their worst performing one. I haven't seen any gameplay clips of it on Twitter. I haven't seen anybody talk about it. I think Capture the Flag, maybe it's coming back later. I haven't seen it. And I wasn't crazy about their take on Capture the Flag. I wasn't crazy about it. It was fine. It was fine. Ow. And yeah, here we go. It's Bob! Bob! So this works very similarly to Uka Uka. I think it's a little bit different. How it works is with Uka Uka, to my knowledge, you just grab the rocket and you hit him in the face with it as soon as you grab it. This one is you grab it and then it doesn't launch until you hit the next pad. And also the missiles are not homing. It's not these meteorites that are just raining down death. It's like, oh yeah. It's a different kind of attack, right? It's more spread. And of course the map is different too, so there's that. One of the things that I think would be cool is that if you grab like two of these flame things, oh dear. If you grab two of them and then fired them, it would like throw an even bigger fireball. I think that would be really cool. I think that, like, if you were running and you were like stacking up fire and then let me check something really quick. Give me 1 second. Oh geez, that video is taking off. That Spyro 4 video. Oh gosh, it's going to space. Jeez, it's at 8.2 thousand. What in the world? This video is just like my gosh. I was so nervous for this video, and it is currently just taking lift off. Like, hold the phone. Hold on. I was gonna check something else real quick, but look at this. Like, this video is like look at this. Look at this. This thing is just launching. Look at it. Like, the gray is the typical performance for the past 3, and it's just like it's like, okay, it's starting to set off. It's like, nah, bro, we're gonna just keep going. It's like, what in the world? What is happening? That thing is just it's just doing this. I am very thankful to everyone who saw that video. That really that resonates. That's really cool. Thank you. That is, wow. That wasn't what I was going to check, but that is definitely something that I am very, very happy about. And just to double check, yes, we hit it. Take a look. We cracked 78,000 subscribers. We are past 78,000. We did it, ladies and gents. We are now at 78,000 subscribers. We are getting closer and closer. and closer to that 100,000 mark. I'm excited. I am grateful. And I am just over the moon to be able to have so many people who want to support the channel, so many people who want to help out, so many people who want to support the channel in all different ways, and you know, finally being able to you know, take off. I am very, 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 very happy about that. Hey Conky, how's it going? Thank you everyone for the congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My brain though is still focused on the 100,000 mark. It's like, I love it. I am super excited for it, but I am determined. I am determined to hit that 100,000 mark. I'm determined to crack open that silver play button. I am determined to open up that play button, take a look, and I'm determined. I am determined. I'm going to get there. I will get there with the content that I want to make, with the stuff that I want to talk about. And yeah, I'm excited. I am very excited, and looking forward to the future. Yes, thank you, Carter. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on the baby and the subs. Thank you. I appreciate that. You see, that's what I thought too, ENM Pork. So I was like, it shouldn't be that hard. Like, why is it such a problem? So I'm thinking that there's a, what's it called? A problem on like something, because it seems like 9 times out of 10, if something seems way too easy and why can't you do it, 9 times out of 10, there's something else that's causing the problem that we don't know. I find. Because there are times where, like, you know, because there are times where I spoke with devs where I said, hey, I remember this was a problem. Why wasn't this a fix? Or why wasn't this adjusted? And then all of a sudden I get told the story as to why. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. Well done. Yeah, I just posted the stats for that video on Twitter, and I tagged Toys for Bob, because was it LGBZ that typed in CC TFB? I was like, you know what, that's a good idea. So I just put, hey, Toys for Bob, I think there may or may not be interest in a Spyro 4. Just saying. I don't know. It's just a feeling. I got a feeling. And all the comments I've read so far have actually been relatively positive. Surprise! Oh! There were some big turn-ins there that were denied. Sorry, Bernice. You just kind of, you know, got... Surprise! It's like a free transform. It's great. I love it. It's so good. Yeah, you can teleport to the enemy bank. That's right. If you tap triangle, you go to your bank. If you hold it, though, you go to the enemy bank, which is what makes it very interesting for blockers. I mean, that was just on you, Bernice. Fly, my gelatinous puppets, fly! Alright. How do I have so many relics? Jeez. Ally Big Bonsai. Don't mind if I do.
Your team boosted.
Ooh. Nice. Got it. All right. Okay. Surprise! You were gonna turn in? Nah. Ah, no. Now you're thinking with portals. So when you say you're losing money, it just means that when these big corporations sit there and they say, yeah, we brought in, $8 billion. Okay, great. But how much did you spend? Well, $9 billion. Okay, well, that's a loss of $1 billion, right? And what's happening, from what I heard, was that the licensing rights to all the stuff that they're constantly getting, TMNT, Transformers and all this stuff, and these music artists and all this stuff, those licensing fees cost an arm and a leg. Like, it costs so much. It's not cheap at all, right? It is not cheap because every licensing deal is different. They might be like, hey, we want to operate on a royalty where we know, oh, I just screwed that up badly. Or maybe not. As bad as I thought. But what can happen is like, hey, we want a flat rate of like, okay, or hey, every year we want that you have our skins in service, we want money. Right? So it's like it might be a yearly thing. Everybody does different dealings when it comes to royalties. And the thing is about royalties, they're not cheap. Not even remotely cheap. I choked on that. I choked on it. Okay, so... Well, I'm happy we... we have a Wumpastache over here, and oh no! What? No! Oh, I fat fingered. Oh no! And we lose. Yeah, we lose. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. That was dumb of me. Whoops. I made a bad call. I should have stayed back, but I got greedy. I didn't want to waste the, I didn't want to waste it, but, yeah. Spryo and Cortex friends again in Crash 4 after the events of Crash 2. Reasons. I mean, they're not really friends, though. That's the thing, though, is that they're not really friends. So, in my opinion, what probably happened, lore-wise or story-wise, was, it was that after they've been gone for how many years, they've been gone for so long that probably Cortex was like, okay, you know, we need help. And Dad Jokes donated $1 through Streamlabs, the very first Streamlabs donation of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hold on, give me a second. I will read that in one momento. We'll go with Ripto. Some people have been asking me for more jokes about cheese. Well, ask and you shall receive. I'll be damned if I can come up with another one. Oh wait, I did. Ask and you shall receive. That's awful. I love it, but it's awful. That's terrible. Cheese Louise. Ah! Cheese Louise. But yeah, this recent video that I did just skyrocketed. I thought it was gonna do great because of the time I released it, because I was trying to get it out today, and then a whole bunch of problems came up to where I couldn't get it out in time. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, should I release it at 3 o'clock or 3:30? I'm like, or should I just wait till tomorrow? I'm like, all right, no, I'll do it now. And I did. And yeah. All right, here we go. Thank you, Carter. I appreciate that. Grab that, and that, and that. There we go. Ah, you suck.
Enemy team boosted. Your team boosted. Puts Wumpa on the board.
Ah, no! Get off! Get off of my platform! Get out of here, Cortex! Get out of here! There we go. I was locking down those gem pads. They were going down. All these cheese jokes, man. One time my wife was making food, and she was like, yeah, so I made the kids a super like cheesy macaroni, and I made you something else. And I looked at her, I was like, what do you mean? She goes, well, yeah, you know, I made the kids super cheesy macaroni and myself macaroni, but I made you something else. I said, what do you mean you made me something else? She goes, well, you're lactose intolerant. I said, that's quitter talk. She goes, she gives me the look of like, come on. And I'm like, what? She says, you're supposed to not have too much dairy. And I'm like, it's quitter talk. I can take the pain.
Enemy Uka Uka. Enemy team boosted. Enemy team super boosted.
They're super boosted.
Your team boosted.
Oh, we're boosted, so yeah.
Enemy team scores for the lead.
Oof. Enjoy bombardment!
Bombardment. Enemy bombardment.
Yeah, well, touche. Haha! I still got the turn in.
Your team takes lead. Enemy team boost expired. Your team boost expired.
Lactose intolerant. I swear I've heard that specific pun before. Is it from the Three Stooges? I feel like it's from the Three Stooges.
Ooga Ooga available. Teams are on each other's heels.
If I can lock this down. Taking a risk here, and it paid off. I think. Mostly. Need one
Enemy
more.
bombardment. Ally Ooga Ooga.
Enjoy Uka!
Enemy team boosted. Enemy team pulls ahead. Wow, getting down to the wire. Your team boosted. Your team pulls ahead.
Come on!
Off to win.
Booyah! Oh, I used to. I tried drinking milk on the regular. They sent me for. It didn't end well for me. It did not end well. So I'm like, okay, I have to pull back. I would absolutely consider an interview with Lex. Absolutely. I love Lex Lang. I absolutely adore his work with Cortex. I love his Cortex. It's so good. It's this narcissistic, pathetic, flamboyant, evil guy that is so good. Well, the one thing that I'm wondering, I'm going to quickly look something up real quick again. Hold on. Give me 1 second here, because there is something that someone pointed out to me. One second here. Was the severe lack of content post-February for Crash Team Rumble. And they were right. The person that pointed it out, it might have been El Chavizi. I can't remember. It might have been. I can't remember who it was that pointed it out. But there was someone that pointed out that there was a weird, like, lack of content on the roadmap. And when we hit February, it might have been NPC Carl. It might have been MP Carlson as well. I can't remember who it was. But someone specifically pointed out somebody specifically pointed out that that when it hit February, there's all this content that's coming out, and then February is like barren, and everyone's like, why was there so much stuff? Just why couldn't it have been more like peter out? So I was just like, yeah, that does make sense. So give me a second here. That was something that I wanted to explore, because there was a thought that popped in my head that made me think, and I am very, very curious about it. So give me a second here. And here is what was going through my head. Y'all notice something that isn't on the anything at all on the calendar is there is literally nothing when it comes to the Year of the Dragon. The Year of the Dragon starts on February 10th, and that's during the season. So why on earth would they not have some kind of an event for the Year of the Dragon for the season that Spyro has come out of?
Your team extends a big lead.
In fact, around that time, there is very, very, very little around that particular time. Weirdly little. An odd amount of content that lack of announced content. So there was a thought that I had, and I want to explore and maybe try to get some form of confirmation on it. Is it possible that there is another event squeezed in between there, but they're keeping it secret until something happens?
Enemy team boost expired.
If that makes any sort of sense. Now, there's something else that I remember, and I believe I have it on recording, which I believe I do. Because if I didn't, if me saying this would get me in trouble. Because there was an interview that that we reporters had with there was an interview that we had. No, non-recording. I have it transcribed. I have it written down somewhere. I gotta double check. But there was an interview that I remember having, and there were some details that they said, yeah, we have plans for this. One of the things that I had asked was, were there going to be any maps that were not based on Crash 4 and based on their own individual themes coming in the future? And I was told, yes, there was. I said, okay. And then, but there was something else that they said that was going to happen, and it hasn't happened yet. I'm wondering, I'm curious. The thing that they said was that there was going to be in-game events and things that were going to happen that were going to tease future characters. And I was like, okay. So potentially future characters, but to my knowledge, there hasn't been anything that like reveals or has any of these secrets, you know. So hold on a second. Hey, Chris Colatrella donated $5 super chat. Happy New Year, CG. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you, Chris. How have you been? I hope you've been well. Thank you. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to pop out of here for a second real quick, because I do want to quickly explore this. So, join me on this, the bandicoots are en route. I must reach the spot. I think putting Fake Crash for April Fools would be perfect. I think so, around April. So, okay. So, real quick, we're here. Summer Forest is up here. There is this weird, like, and then, okay, Forest Run gets announced here, right? Okay. Then we got February, and then this releases, and then typically the following weekend would be something. The 10th. So the 2nd to the 5th. But look, what's going on? Is it just double EXP weekend and that's it? This is the time, the 9th to the 12th is the actual, like, think about this for a second. Other than Double Hero EXP, am I missing anything? There is nothing going on. Next week, we at least have Zap Trap, I believe. Or we got Bank Swap. We got Bank Swap next week. Like, there is something. Right? It's just Bank Swap. It's limited time mode. That's fine. Wait, no, it's not even Bank Swap. No, it's in February. I don't like the way they did this map. I'm thinking about every time they release a map like this, redoing it and making it make more sense because my brain gets scrambled. What are they doing? Forest Run, 118. So the following, we are looking for between the 26th and the 22nd. Okay, 25th to the 29th. And Allura gets fully released then. What is... Sim. Alright, so next week is just double EXP. So, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Something is not making sense. There's suddenly... Everything was front-loaded. Like, what they should have done, in my opinion, is just stretch it out. Like stretch it out. Like, okay, have Allura come out later. Have Bank Portal come out later. Have Summer Force be the last thing to come out. I find it very, very strange that in February, which is when the Year of the Dragon begins, there's nothing much. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And why is Allura releasing on a Tuesday? Why is Allura releasing on a Tuesday? It doesn't make sense. So, what I would have thought was Allura would have came out first, then Spyro would have came out, and then Spyro would have been full release on the Year of the Dragon, the day of the Year of the Dragon, for that weekend event. But just hear me out for a second. Just hear me out for a second. There's a huge dryness in February. A huge yeah, and I thought stuff happened on Thursdays too. That's why I'm looking at it, I'm like, yeah, but it's just the double EXP. It doesn't make sense to just have double EXP and nothing else on the weekend that you have the Year of the Dragon. Maybe they're hiding something. You see, that's where my brain is going to. And I hate for it to go there, but it's going there. Like, my brain's going there. My brain's going to... There's not a lot going on. Why? Oh, I cannot wait to get that Scorch skin. It's such a good skin. Now, am I going to make a video about it? No, but what do you propose it will be? Like I said, in the interview that I had with both, there's an interview of the early playtest. You'll see all the, if you saw all the gameplay that I was posting on the channel, like when it was coming out, like before the game launched, showing all the different levels, that was the early play session that I had. Excuse me. And in that early play session, there was a post interview. And in that interview, Paul Yan mentioned that they would be doing events that would lead up to the reveal of characters. And that hasn't happened yet. To my knowledge, has there been anything? Has there been anything that where they were teasing like the next season in terms of characters in game? Like when we were playing in season 2, did we get any teases for Spyro? Did we see any eggs? Did we see any gems? Did we see? No, we didn't see anything. So you got Year of the Dragon. We got evidence that they are going to be celebrating on some form of dragon stuff because they've already mentioned it on Twitter, the 2024 motto, you gotta believe. And yet they have nothing planned. Something, and then all of a sudden it's vacant. The only thing that makes sense to me, because the season resets on February 25th, the only thing that makes sense to me, that makes some form of Rubik's Cube logical sense, is that there is something that they're going to be talking about, something they're going to be announcing, something that they're going to be showing off that they didn't want to talk about yet, because if they did, it would break NDAs and stuff.
3, 2, 1.
Because it's a project that's not announced yet. Because I don't think they, would be like, all right, 2 months of jam-packed content, and then the last month everyone just kind of sits there quietly, awkwardly looking at each other. Like, so, you like Rumble? Like, there's gotta be a reason.
Enemy team boosted.
Like, I don't even think the pacing for Season 1 nor Season 2 had pacing quite like that. So, where is this, where are these in-game announcements that we had heard about? And why is February so dry during such a thematically themed time for Spyro in the month that Spyro was brought as a character? Is what I'm saying making sense? I hope I don't sound like I'm, I hope what I'm saying makes some piecing together in some logical way. Like, I hope my confusion makes some sort of sense, where the only thing that would make it make sense would be as if there was an uncharted event that hasn't been mentioned yet, simply because they can't. Thank you. The timing is odd. So it's either Toys for Bob has something planned in their back pocket, or this was an epic botch of planning.
Allied team super boosted. Enchanted tower available.
Well, yeah, it just, in my opinion, it just seems like something is being hidden.
boosted.
It seems like something is, you know, conveniently weird. Because I would have sworn, like, if I had to bet money, I was going to say, oh yeah, Spyro's going to get released during the Year of the Dragon. Like, that's 100% going to be it. Yeah, easy. And then, oh yeah, Spyro's coming out, like, day one. I was like, oh, well, that's actually really cool. And then they're like, yeah, we have nothing for the Year of the Dragon. Come on. As cryptic as Toys for Bob is,
Team boost expired.
which, by the way, I hope people are finally like, every single time people are like, it means nothing, that tweet means nothing, bro, the tweet means nothing, and then all of a sudden, like 6 months later, oh, by the way, yeah, the tweet did mean something. I'm tired of people like ignoring the fact that Toys for Bob does cryptic tweets. They do. They do cryptic tweets. Good gravy. Like, people are like, nah, the tweet means nothing. And I'm like, have you been around, sir? Have you been around since when Toys for Bob was teasing stuff in 2018? They've been doing this. So yeah, I get sick and tired when people are like, oh, you know, Toys for Bob doesn't do cryptic tweets. Yes, they do actually. Very much. They do it a lot actually. Like, do you remember when they did that thing where they showed, like, they're like, oh yeah, you know, what's the game that, what's the final game on our wall? And they have it, like, mysterious. And, you know, when we sat down and we did the math, and we're like, they haven't released 18 games to have on that wall. And then they're like, yeah, I guess, you know, and then they announced, like 2 weeks later, they're like, yeah, it seems like, you know, more adventures are on the way. Like, it is 100%. Toys for Bob does that. Now, does that mean every tweet is cryptic? No. But if they do cryptic tweets veiled as innocent tweets, you have to look at every single innocent tweet and double check. Double check, triple check. It's stressful. Whenever I see Toys for Bob tweet, I get stressed because I know I have to sit down and look at it. Absolutely, it's, you know, absolutely it's reasonable for people to be tired, but for people to dismiss every single tweet, hey, Midas, how's it going? We missed you. How's it going? I completely understand people being tired. I get that, but for people to flat out deny that they don't do that, like, no, like every single time they're like, hey, let's take a look, see if there's something there, all right? Which, by the way, hold on, I gotta pull out for this. I gotta show you guys something, because this, to me, this was something that really, like, blew my mind, and one of the first, like, big whiffs for social media that I've seen in a long time when it comes to Crash Bandicoot. Unless there is something cryptic to it that I'm not seeing, it does not make sense. Take a look at this. These one-liners are iconic. What's your favorite Crash quote over the years? This is the last Bandicoot. If this doesn't work out, I'll have to change animals. Okay, so the spoiler alert, a lot of these aren't actually too iconic. These are just like quotes pulled from Crash Bandicoot 4. This one specifically is from the flashback tape, Coco's first flashback tape. Where he's like, if this is the last Bandicoot. Okay. Time for a spring cleaning. Okay, you can get away with that maybe because that's one of the first lines that he says in his first level. I fly solo. Yeah, we've heard that one before. This is existentially terrifying. When did Cortex say this? Spoiler alert, he didn't, mostly. We had to go to the data mine, okay, and Sponge Bandymark dug through the voice lines and found a voice line of Cortex saying it, but it was a cut line, so it wasn't even technically in the game. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, what? Hi. Oh, you okay? Oh boy, hold on. Let me quickly go say goodnight to my wife. She's not feeling so great. Hold on. Pardon? Like again? At 2 weeks, we send them to school. In less than 2 weeks, they're like, fever. Great. Okay. The back. Yeah. All right. Okay. Quickies back and won't act normal. Haha. Okay. So I just need a couple more clocks and tokens of annihilation. So I suppose. All right, let's jump back into party mode for a bit. Or should I go to zero? Oh yeah, we are back, yeah. What's normal?
Yeah.
Do 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 do. What do I want to play as? We'll do Alora again. Normal. Normal. I'm so excited to go. And the big thing too that
What's juicing?
I'm kind of just really excited for PAX this year because this year I've gotten to like D&D a lot more tabletop gaming, more just you know, like I said, just more D&D stuff, and you know, PAX is also huge for that as well, right? So this will be my first year where I'm going to be able to not just walk through the D&D section and be like, oh, that's nice, and just kind of, you know, that's D&D, I guess, and that's it, right? Now I can walk through the D&D section and be like, I need dice! Elena donated $5 through Super Chat. It's very sweet. Thank you. Donation train is running a bit slow, so here's some fuel for it. Woo woo! Thank you so much, Elena. That's so sweet of you. Thank you.
Wave 2.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elena, for the $5 Super Chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, so for this year for PAX, I'm going to be able to walk through and be like, oh, that's a dice tower, and be like, oh, do you have any D&D books, and oh, do you have anything for sale, and etc., and it's just going to be like, yes, all of it. I understand it now. Baldur's Gate 3, yes. 5th edition, I understand. I understand. I get it when people say natural 20 now. Or natural 1. I get it. I comprehend it. It makes sense. It's been clear. It's my eyes have been opened. I understand now. I feel more comfortable to when I'm playing D&D to roleplay a little bit. I feel more comfortable in my skin. I get it. I understand it.
Wave complete.
Yeah, that's. I definitely understand. I definitely understand the feeling of. I definitely understand the feeling of the slight disappointment when I showed that pitch and idea to a friend of mine. I showed it to my friend Matt, and he looked at it and he saw the script, he saw the video, or like the idea of the video. He saw like the thing, and he said, "It hurts, but yeah, it makes sense." And that was the, and I was like, "Yeah, I think that's the way to be." And he said, "It hurts, but it makes sense." And I'm like, "Yeah, I feel that." Right, but again, that's me trying to be as analytical and trying to be as objective as possible. But also, it's part of the reason why part of the reason why I was trying to get that video out, and I had that video scripted and done for a while, but there were just some areas that I had to tweak and adjust and get right, and I sat on that video for a little bit. I mean, as you guys know, between my last video that I made and what I did about jumping Flash and this one, it's been a little bit longer than what I typically like to wait for new videos. All right, like there was even some people who were starting to comment, "Hey, when's the next upload?" Like, it's been a little bit, and I sat on that video for a while because I was just like, you know, I wasn't sure how people were going to react to it. I genuinely was unsure as to how people were going to feel or think about it. I was worried that there were going to be people that had the either endless pessimism or, you know, beyond optimistic to the point where they're angry at me for even suggesting that anything is, you know, for the fact that it's possible that the game may not be done at this point. You know, that's where I'm kind of, you know, I sat on that video, and also I lost a whole bunch of motivation because my video before my last video bombed hard. I tried to do something completely different outside my comfort zone, something completely different, and I thought it was a decent video, but it bombed. It bombed so hard. I was just like, ah, great. But so there was an aspect of, like, you know, perhaps the general sentiment on Twitter has changed your expectations on the reception of your video. Yes and no. Yes and no. Because, you know, I do get the comments. I also can see, you know, the thing is that I want to do more Spyro 4 videos. I do. But there's only so much that I can do, right? There's only so much that I can talk about. There's only so much that I can speculate about before people are going to start getting mad again, because I gotta watch it. Because if I sat down and I was like, hey, because I want to be able to expand beyond Crash and Spyro, I do, and I feel like that there is material there, but again, then you got events like my Jumping Flash video, and it hurts my soul to see how much work I put into that video and how little it was seen and how little interest there was. And I tried to package it a certain way. It didn't work. I tried adjusting it a little bit, the title and the name a little bit, to maybe get a different expectation. That didn't work, so I just changed it to just and so I just literally changed it to Jumping Flash, the first 3D platformer, the first true 3D platformer. Just like no mystical intrigue, just blah. There it is. It was like, there it was, and I hate looking at that video now. I hate looking at the stats. I look at the stats in that video, but I hate to look at it. I hate it. I get frustrated. I get upset. I mean, my most recent video, you know, it makes me happy to see a video perform that well, and I'm very grateful and I'm very happy to see that, you know. But, you know, The other video that, you know, there was 2 videos that I did recently that didn't do so hot, that really deflated my sales, so to speak. It was the, and I'm not trying to fish for sympathy. I'm literally like just being open. I'm just literally being open with you guys. When I did the Crash Team Rumble, the Crash Team Rumble is not real. Yeah, that video, I put a lot of work into that. It's, for me, it's not even hate. It's just like, it's not even hate. It's literally just, it's not hate. It's people not watching. That's the painful thing for me. That's the painful thing, because when you put your heart and soul into something like that, right, where you've been able to, you know, go off the beaten path a little bit before and do relatively fine, and then you think, okay, I'm gonna double down on this and go, and then it just doesn't work. And I do think that I'm getting down pat my channel identity. I do think that I have, there is, I'm not a mishmash channel, right? Somebody could look at a video game and be like, yeah, CGE could cover that, or nah, CGE wouldn't talk about that, right? It's not just a mishmash of things. It's just really figuring out and locking down the right interests, the right format, the right content. And I know Crash and Spyro will always be... Crash and Spyro is my... is like Five Nights at Freddy's to... what's it called? Is to Markiplier's thing. And yeah, here's the other thing, and I understand not a lot of people are searching Jumping Flash, but I was hoping that the way I packaged it was the very first the first true 3D platformer, and I had, Crash and Spyro on the thumbnail, or Crash and Mario on the thumbnail, like, hey, these guys, but wait, who's this shadow character? Who's this guy? Who's this person? And I didn't have the mentions of Jumping Flash on there. I didn't mention Jumping Flash. It was supposed to be like kind of a historic analytical look. But it just kind of didn't. It didn't work out. It was a Jumping Flash video veiled as what it was, and I think it came down to the packaging, and I had to completely change, I had to kind of change my view a little bit. I had to change my view on it a little bit, because what happened was this too. I'll say this. I know Jumping Flash is a dead franchise. Like, yeah, the franchise is dead. It's, it's dead, cold in the water. And I get you. That's not, people aren't actively looking up Jumping Flash. I get that. And I 100% know that. I know that, I know Jumping Flash is a dead franchise. But what I was hoping was, in terms of me saying, hey, because if I turn around and said, hey, this video is about Jumping Flash, people would be like, who's that? What's that? Don't care. But I figured, hey, you know what? If I turn around and I title this, hey, this was the first true 3D platformer, that people would have been like, oh, the first true 3D platformer. Hey, that's really interesting. And look, it's got Mario and Crash on it. I thought those were the first kind of 3D platformers, and it wasn't? Oh, what could it be? And that was the mental spot that I put it in. But I think the algorithm kind of spoiled it a little bit, and this is what I mean by it. When it asked me what game title do you want to put in, I put in initially nothing. Like, no game title, just leave it alone. And just so that, because if you click the video and you see the game title right away, Jumping Flash, well, then it ruins the surprise as to what the game is. But then I uploaded it, and then I checked, and I have no idea when it happened, but I checked, it said game title, Jumping Flash. And what happened was that the YouTube algorithm, the AI, was able to detect that this was a Jumping Flash video. Whether it be because of the script, whether it be because of the footage, whatever the case may be, they were like, yeah, this is a Jumping Flash video. And the algorithm then started to cater the video to Jumping Flash fans, which is next to nobody. Because why would they show that to anybody? It's, you know, Jumping Flash. So I was trying to do the, what's it called? What's the saying? What's the saying where you feed a kid vegetables and you veil it as something else? I was trying to do something like that because I knew that if I turned around and did, oh yeah, Jumping Flash, no one was going to watch it. So I was hoping that if I packaged it as, oh, it's the first 3D platformer, then, and did it in that kind of documentary style of like, hey, let's take a look kind of at the brief history of, you know, 3D platforming, and let's do a quick check on what was the first 3D platformer. And based on the fact that it was the first 3D platformer, that people would be interested in it. But evidently, that's not, there's a term for that, kind of? Masquerade? There is a term. There's a term for when you're trying to feed your kid broccoli, and it's like, you know, you don't tell them you beyond meat a little bit. Not really bait and switch. Not really, because bait and switch is more of a negative term. Because I know people aren't going to be looking and watching for a Jumping Flash video. But if I said something more intriguing, like, hey, this was the first 3D platformer, that would kind of, beyond meat it. Sure, beyond meat it. But kind of cause a, hey, inherent interest. Like, that was the interesting bit. That was the hook. But what happened was that quickly, the algorithm figured out that, oh, this is a Jumping Flash video, so we're going to cater this to Jumping Flash fans. And I didn't want them to. No, don't cater this to fans of Jumping Flash. Just cater this to people who like 3D platforming. And evidently that didn't happen. I think actually, hold on. But it was, I was trying to, well, I'm going to be like missing one thing. Nope, that's all done, and that's all done. Sweet. All right, we'll do competitive for the rest of the night. And it was trying to do something different, and I'm mad that, and I was frustrated that I thought I could have done that, and it didn't work, and it was frustrating to me. Very, very frustrating. So, yeah, my last video upload was January 4th, and today's January 19th, so it's been more than 2 weeks. Yep, more than 2 weeks since I uploaded a full-length video. It was very frustrating for me. But then I have my Banjo-Kazooie video, and it's taking off. What the heck? Like, it's got over almost 21,000 views, and it just took liftoff. I don't know why. I'm like, why is this taking off? I don't get it. I don't understand. Why is this just the Banjo video? Like, it was on pace. It was doing fine. And then all of a sudden, it just angled and went.
Your team puts Wumpa on the board.
No, it's not like a candy apple and then it was an onion. It's more like, in my mind, I see it as more like, okay, you bit into it thinking it was an apple and you got an orange. And there's nothing wrong with an orange, just you at first expected an apple and you got an orange. But it was more of a pleasant surprise. But there was a veil of mystery to it. You knew that going into it that this is going to be probably about a game that you may not have heard of. Exactly, yeah. I thought the jumping flash really was interesting and kind of amusing seeing the kitchen sink in action. Yeah.
Your team boost expired.
You know, that was, you know, and that jumping flash video was going to transition to another video that I was going to make that I now have since paused. I was going to make a big video of exploring the PlayStation versus Nintendo when it comes to 3D platformers, right? Because, you know, everyone always sees Nintendo as kind of like the, always sees Nintendo as like the king of 3D platformers. But then when you sit down and I did the data, it turns out that PlayStation actually has more of a statement to that than people are giving them credit for. So the idea of the video was going to be like, okay, the first ever the console that had the first 3D platformer and had Crash and Spyro, but also a bunch of other junk as well, but a bunch of other mediocre things, versus the console that brought Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, right? But didn't have as much stuff, and the sales weren't as good, right? So it was like this big versus video that I was going to do, and I've since paused that. I kind of paused that video for now because that video was going to be even more work. That video was going to be even more work than the jumping flash video, and I put so much work into the jumping flash video and it failed, right? So it was like this discouragement of, you know, is this video going to do well? Is it worth making? Is it worth sitting down and, you know, is it worth sitting down and putting in, you know, the 30, 40 hours of editing and the, you know, 20 hours of writing the script and getting it right and, you know, 60 hours of work on this video and hope and pray that it does well, right? Jumping Flash can be considered the granddaddy of 3D platformers. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. It's like, you know, it's a game that was, you know, old and, was, you know, the first to do something that that led into the golden era of platforming, which covers a lot of the content that I talk about on the channel, and it just didn't resonate. It didn't click. It didn't click. And oh man, you know, ask my wife. I was sad. I know this reference very well because my kids watch this movie all the time. I was sad mad. I was sad mad. I was depressed and angry, and I was questioning myself. There was a lot of things because it was like legit, I was nervous. I was scared, I was nervous, and I was upset. And then this video happens where all of a sudden it's got 10,000 views in less than 12 hours. And the video's just got a rocket strapped to it. And from, you know, it's just got a rocket strapped to it and just taking liftoff. But yeah, can I elaborate? Sure, very, very easy. In fact, I will demonstrate for you in 1 second. let me elaborate very quickly.
Your team boosted.
Doesn't take much.
Enemy team boosted.
Yeah, I'll say it. Who owns the IP for Jumping Flash? It was made by Exact. I know that the IP owners are still around because PlayStation released the game on PlayStation Network, so you can try Jumping Flash for yourself if you wanted to.
Enemy team boost expired.
So I'll verbally explain why January is so bad. Very simple. We make content creators make money through via ads and sponsorships, and of course then donations, right? And I'll be honest with you, you know, it's because of your guys' donations that I'm able to do this full time, genuinely. If I had to live off of just the AdSense and sponsorships alone, I wouldn't be able to do this full time. But it's strictly because of your support, and it's strictly because of your support on live streams that I'm able to do this full time. And it is a blessing. It is an absolute blessing. It's all because of you guys. So I'll explain this. How everything works on YouTube is through via a auction-based system when it comes to advertising. So let's say, and the example that I used in a tweet that I explained this about is cola, like, you know, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and then you got your off-brand. So the way the advertising works is you set a budget and you set a time, how long you want the ads to be run for, and you set a budget. And what happens is that every single time YouTube shows your video to somebody, or shows your product to somebody as an advertisement, they take from that budget. So I want you to imagine the budget being like a pool of money. And the only way that Google is using a fishing net. And every single time they pull out a bit of that, every time they show an ad of whatever company has set the money, every single time, push the button. Every single time they draw a little bit more. But what happens is that there are thousands of companies all pushing for their ads to be constantly thrown. So now what happens is YouTube has to prioritize the ads that are going to give them the most money. Because if they turn around and they say, hey, Coca-Cola has a $1 million budget and Pepsi has a $500,000 budget, you know what? We're going to try to extract more of the Coca-Cola budget. So you're going to see more Coke ads. But then, as more ads are being jammed in, the more money that the content creators make because there's more competition. Everybody is realizing, you know what? Pepsi's like, you know what? Coke is beating us. They put $1 million and we put up 500,000. You know what? Let's push it. Let's go 1.3 million. So then we raise the budget. And then all of a sudden YouTube's like, oh, well, now Pepsi's at 1.3 million. Okay, let's push Pepsi. And then Coke's like, what the heck? You know, what the heck? We're going to go to 1.5. And then what happens is that the cut for the content creator increases every single time. What happens is that everybody at the end of the year or during specific seasons jams their ads in as much as possible. Air quote, Christmas. When Christmas hits, everyone's like, okay, blow the marketing budget. What else do we have left? Okay, we got $4 million left in budgeting for marketing. Blow it all on Christmas. And then everyone is blowing so much money on Christmas, and all these ads are being run at such a high level. Content creators make significantly more money. Significantly. And if your video is longer, you make even more money. So let's do a quick breakdown here. I'll give you an example, and I'll show you my statistics. This is for a video you know, you guys have supported me and shown me, so I'll show you statistics and numbers and how things go. So this was a video that I made. This was the Spyro 4 hints discovered in Crash Team Rumble. Let me make this a little bit better for you guys because you guys are seeing this on the ultra wide. Come on. Let's get better. Quick data analysis. Real quick. Okay. So as you can see, this video has got, we'll just round up to 19,000 views. That earned me 101 Canadian dollars, so about $75 American. So for a 9-minute video, which means there's not that many ads in there. There's not that many ads at all. So let's see here. So if we go, let's see here. What would it be? It would be 101 divided by 19,000. You know what? No, we'll go with no, not 19,000. We'll go with 19. 101. Let's go 102. We'll round it up a bit. Divide it by 19 equals. I made $5.36 per 1,000 views on this video. This video was released in December 14th. So didn't get that much views, but it made me $5.36 per 1,000 views, which is not bad. It's not bad at all. And it's only a 9-minute video, so there isn't that many ads being run, right? Versus this video, which came out on January 4th. So if we go 18 divided by 4.9, $3.67 per 1,000 views for a video with that has more ads. It almost got cut in half from 530 to 670 to 670 per 1,000 views. That is a significant drop, a significant punch in the face in 1 month. In 1 month. Now this video, I don't know what's going on with this video. This video is just springboarded, right? But if I were to estimate revenue for December of 2023, I'm curious. It made me $50 in December. And in January, it's made me $30. But take a look. In December, this earned me 10.2 thousand. I got in December, I got 10.2 thousand views. It made me $50. In January, I've actually earned more views in January and less money. It went from $50 to $33. And if you do the math between the numbers I showed you with Jumping Flash and the thing before, it's about on par. It's about on par. Right? From the $5 and change to $3 and change in one fell swoop. And that sucks. That sucks a lot. It sucks a lot. This video, for example, also released in December, earned me $65 for 12,000 views. January. Hasn't even made me $4 yet with almost 2K views. So when you look at this Jumping Flash video perform this poorly and make $18, I mean, imagine working 3 days and making $18 Canadian, not American, Canadian. So it's even less than that. Right? That can be very, very, very infuriating. at times. It can get very, very frustrating. And as you guys can also see too, I don't run ads on streams. I don't. If there is an ad that is run, it's not by my permission. I try to keep my streams as ad-free as possible. I don't run ads. And if there is ads, I didn't approve of them. In short, January is death. January is death for YouTubers. It is terrible to go from the best month to the worst month so quickly, so fast, in such a short amount of time, to go from doing really good to really bad. And January is this roller coaster of just plummeting. There are some creators that don't even make content in January. I know of some creators that take time off in January. They go from the Christmas break. They have things scheduled. And then all of January, they just work on their videos. All of January. And they bank them, because they would actually lose money by releasing them in January. They just bank them, and then February rolls around, then they have a whole thing of banked videos and they start releasing them.
3, 2, 1.
Now, there we go. Hey, they're relatively a regular guy. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate that. 1 second. I'm currently having a skirmish. Oh, we're super boosted. Is there a certain time of day or day of the week that's best for releasing video if it's not that big of a deal? I'll give you the advice on that. Genuinely, honestly, A, whatever works for your schedule, and B, if you're like, oh, I can upload it whenever, then it's trial and error. Everybody is different because it depends where your audience is. According to my analytics, most of my audience is online at noon, Eastern Standard Time, my time, noon, right? It's typically on at noon. So then I say, okay, so I typically aim to try to release for, around, let's say, like 11 o'clock. So that when people hop online, there's a CGE video freshly already ready to go, all processed. If there's any issues, if there's any problems, like any, what's it called? Like processing issues, it up-resing the HD or whatnot, it's already all sorted out and ready to go. And that's why I do. That's why I do 11 o'clock. Or I try to game for 11 o'clock, and that's also why I hesitated about uploading today. But I also knew that, you know, hey, you know what? I haven't uploaded in over 2 weeks, so you know what? I think it's better to have something uploaded than, you know, a little bit late than wait till Monday and be even, you know, more late.
Ally team super boosted. Enemy block bomber.
The most manageable character to fight against in Rumble, even if the player is really good. Even if the player is really good, I find female entropy. Female entropy is just... she's not good anymore. she used, and I think she's actually a character that needs to be reworked, because she's got the problem where if you give her too much, she's too powerful, and then you nerf one small thing and she becomes bottom tier again. She's either top or bottom tier. If anybody's ever played League of Legends, she's the Rengar. She's the Rengar of Crash Team Rumble, where she's buffed and nerfed every single patch, and they do one buff, it does nothing. They do another buff, it does nothing. They do another buff, and all of a sudden she's broken. Then you, okay, go back, and then you go back, and you do a slight nerf, and then she goes from broken to bottom of the barrel again. And it's just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and you have to be able to design a character that can actually be able to not get nerfed and then die instantly, but also get buffed and not instantly dominate the game, right? There are times where they overshot on the buff, and then they just tone it back a little bit, and then it's back in balance, and it's feeling good. A character shouldn't be like, if you mess up one small thing, the whole thing, they're toast, right? So if a character is designed that way, either you're not nerfing or buffing the right thing, or you are either not nerfing or buffing the right thing, or the character's design is flawed in the sense that it's flawed in that there's no wiggle room for tweaking and adjustments, and everything is kind of just placed on something that's foundationally not great, and then if you just tip that foundation even a little bit, the whole thing cracks or it becomes overpowered. So when you have like I said, that's a problem. That is a problem with games where you can create a character that is literally just like that. What's it called? How was I say now? Like I said, if you played League of Legends, Rengar had that issue. At one point, Rise had that issue. Yeah. And they've reworked that hero over and over and over and over again. And the last time I checked, he was on his 3rd or 4th rework. Because Rengar just either breaks the game or is bottom tier.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome to, balancing 101. And and then you got Heroes of the Storm, which at that point, I don't know what Blizzard was thinking with that game. Like, their hero creation team was so cool, and then their balancing team was just like, nothing but buffs. And then how can we break this character more than the last? And every single time a new character came out, everyone would be excited and also be groaning. Like, oh, I'm so excited. But also, oh no, a new hero. And 9 times out of 10, they're just busted. 99 times out of 100, they were just busted. And what made me quit, and I've told the story before. If anyone's familiar with Warcraft lore or whatnot, if you're not, I apologize. There's this guy, he's called a Dreadlord. His name is Mal'Ganis. And he, basically, vampire. Think vampire, basically. Big, beefy vampire with cloven hooves. So, like, think a cross between a vampire, a human, and a minotaur. That's basically what a Dreadlord is. Anyway, in the lore, he has this ability that puts people to sleep. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, I've dealt with sleep effects in games before, that's fine. And then they bring him to the game, and the whole game just breaks. I'll give you an idea. Try to make it into Crash Team Rumble terms. See how Coco does a dash here? Like that? I want you to picture that, but every time Coco does it, you also fall asleep. And it's on a 6-second cooldown. Like they fall asleep. And how it works is that they stand in place, they can't move for 5 seconds unless they're damaged by something. So if they're not damaged by anything, they're just standing there for 5 seconds, stunned, can't do anything. And go to sleep. Yep. Yep.
Egg Thief returns. Ally team super boosted.
Now I want you to picture this too. That when he dashed, he could later on upgrade it so he could dash twice. The good old Benadryl dash. Yeah. Now, if you got hit by something, you woke up. But, you know, everybody... everybody just learned, oh yeah, if your Mal'Ganis puts the enemy to sleep, just don't touch him.
Enemy enchanted tower.
Oh yeah, and did I forget he's a tank?
Your team boost expired.
He was a tank, so he was just beefy. So imagine Dingodile with Coco's mobility. Just picture that for a second. So he was a tank with the mobility of Coco that could put you to sleep.
Elemental orbs available.
Like, I quit the game. I literally quit the game.
Thief returns.
I was like, I'm done. No, I can't do this. I can't do this. I quit the game because I'm like, this is ridiculous. And it was like every season something stupid would come out. So yeah, I quit the game. I couldn't do it anymore. I'm like, this is so ridiculous. But yeah, no, imagine Dingodile, imagine Coco's mobility on Dingodile and put you to sleep. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fun. It's capital F fun. So anyway, backtracking. I've had my share of playing like games like this where the balancing is wonky, and trust me, Toys for Bob's actually got a decent balance in this game so far. Phantom of the Badlands, I love this. Oh, yes, I very much noticed. Phantom. I like the little skull. Gems. Or maybe we go with flames. Fun. So yeah, Toys for Bob's got actually pretty decent handle on it's got a pretty decent handle on balance compared to some games I've played. Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of people that don't play other games like this, so they see the balancing of this game and they get mad at it, and I'm like, man, there's some games out there that are so poorly balanced. Get easier with each game. Yes and no. I think Crash Bandicoot 1 has the problem of being, especially on PS1, has the problem of just very, very just clunky controls and the weird hitbox, especially in Insane. I know Insane has a bit of a weird hitbox. So technically, yes, it does get easier. but I think that it's easier for the sake of controls and not for the sake of game design, if that makes sense. Then you get to Crash Bandicoot 4, which honestly has a lot of yeah, I think once in the Smash Bros. 4 tournament, the last round had Bayonets and many people left the stadium early. I saw that video. They banned Bayonetta because of that. People were just leaving. No one was watching. It was just because it was just nothing but Bayonetta. Yeah, it was not fun. You sit there and you're watching like, wow, woo, yay, great. Oh. Okay, Tooth, I'll stop eating. Jeez. I am not looking forward to the next 2 weeks for dentist-wise. I have a broken and infected back molar that needs a root canal. And I almost cried when I saw how much it costs. So I'm going on a payment plan. If I, you know, I'm not sure. I'm considering getting it just pulled. But I have a severe, I got a severe root. My tooth is all messed up. And some days it's fine. Other days, if I eat something wrong, it's just, you know. If I eat something wrong, it's just like, and pain. And that last bite of spaghetti did my tooth in. Great.
Enemy team boost expired.
Over here. This. Yeah, no, they when they x-rayed the tooth, the nurse x-rayed the tooth, the doctor came in, said, yeah, it's gotta be hurting, doesn't it? I'm like, oh yeah, it hurts a lot. He's like, yeah, I can tell, because I haven't even seen the tooth. I just saw the x-ray and I looked at it, he goes, oh, that's painful. Then he opened up my mouth. He was like, yeah, that looks like it hurts. I'm like, yeah, it most certainly does.
Enemy team boosted.
Come on.
Flame trap available.
Okay. Do that. There we go. Yeah, it does not. Tooth pain sucks. Like I know there's some people that said that they haven't experienced too much tooth pain. Count your blessings, because, man, I'm sure there's some people in chat that have stories about tooth pain. Because it is not fun.
Your team boosted. Oh, painful to watch.
Ah, Greg.
Enemy team boost expired.
Has flashback in Wisdom Tooth. Yeah. Yeah. I have Wisdom Tooth coming in on the top too.
Sandstorm available.
Oof. All right. Yep. I have a Wisdom Tooth coming in at the top up here. Yeah, it's save yourself the pain. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm not looking forward. Joel Jordan donated $10 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Yeah, hi CG, how was your day today? Great. By the way, unfortunately my union 2 weeks ago signed the contract for AI to be implemented into video games, so expect these current 3 years for future and current IPs to have it. Oh boy. 11 out of 10. Great. I don't understand how, like, hold on. Give me a second. So, let me shift this over for a second. So, there's something that I don't understand. And I feel like maybe it's just me. Again, thank you for the $10. Maybe it's just me, but isn't it like weird that companies online are just being so unaware of, let's not even talk about the ethicalness of AI, but the sheer image of AI, like, before we even cover the idea of how how ethical using AI is, before we even get there, companies ought to know that people are very much typically against AI, right? Right? So why are companies pushing and entertaining this thought of using AI when it has such a terrible public image? And that's even before we get to anything. I'm okay with AI being used to build a mood board. I'm okay with that. Like, if someone's sitting there like, okay, I'm trying to figure out a character. Okay, I'm going to, grab some pictures from a druid from this game. I'm going to grab a character from this game. And you know what? I'm looking for something that's kind of like this. You go to AI and you type something up. You get a picture. You're like, okay, that's kind of cool. Generative AI. We'll say generative AI specifically. Generative AI. So it's like, okay, so it's like, okay, so we grab that, and then, okay, that's cool, and that looks neat, and oh, that kind of turned out in a way I didn't expect that, put that there, pin all these things, pin, and you look at it, you're like, okay, I got an idea for a mood board, and then you can start building your game, or you can start building your character, and doing all these things, and that to me is fine. That to me is fine because you're not generating something that's based off of other people's work and then selling it. I don't see there being a difference between somebody grabbing other people's work, putting it on a blackboard, looking at it, being inspired by it, versus as well as doing it in AI as well. It's kind of, in my opinion, in the same vein, the same concept, the same idea. I don't think, grabbing one AI image and say base everything on that. That's a little sketch. That's a little sketchy, but the point is that it doesn't make sense to turn around and say, yeah, we're going to bring AI and use that in the game as is. And generative AI, again, let me clarify, generative AI. I'm also okay with I'm also okay with, I would say, like a patch job AI, because we already have had that. People, it's just AI's made it better. For example, in Photoshop, what I can do is for example, in Photoshop, I can grab an image, circle it, and say remove image, and it removes it. And people say, oh, that's using AI. It's like, well, no, because there was a tool that Adobe had before that was just like this, where it's just literally removing or expanding and adding a little bit more or whatnot. It's the same thing, just easier and powered by AI. That, to me, because it's being based off of the image, that I am operating and using, I don't think that that's a problem either. However, but then you enter gray area, which is how much generation is a patch job and how much is like just complete rip off, right? Like where does it stop and where does it end? And it's a little bit sketchy. It's a little bit weird. Let me see, for example, for those who are unaware of like this kind of stuff. Hold on a second. So let me just do this. I'm on a rant. I might as well just show it real quick just to give you an idea. Because some people don't know. Some people don't care. Here, give me a second here. Let me just show you guys just an idea of this. Give me a second. Yeah, we'll go with this. We'll just grab that, and we'll grab let's see here. Trying to find something that's like half decent to just quickly show what I mean. You know what? Here, let's go with this. Sure. All right, now I will. This also isn't a great example, but anyway. So I just open this up in Photoshop real quick. So, okay, what do I mean by generative AI in terms of patch job? Okay, so I got this image here for Jack 3. Maybe I want to remove the logo. Maybe I just want that plain background. So all I would do is I would just quickly take my tool here, quickly just do this, quickly just select that, make sure, just do a quick generalized grab here, just to show you what it means by like based off of the photo. Right? Something like that. And, oh. And then also I want to remove the TM too. There we go. I click generative fill. Yes, agree. Click generative fill. I click generate. I just let it rip. You just, it's selected. It's now generating. And then there you go. There you go. Right? Logo's gone. Right? Is that bad? That's for you to decide. Doing something like that so that I could maybe get like a clear image so that I could maybe angle it a little bit better for a thumbnail. Right? Is that bad? Well, it's for you to just, so then we say, okay, so then, well, why don't we just keep going with that? Let's take the rated T for teen. Generative fill and click generate, right? The question is that, right? So now, okay, now we got some other options, right? There we go. See, okay, now the rated T for teen is gone, right? Same thing with Naughty Dog. Let's do that down here. Right? So the question is where does it end and where does it begin as in being ethical? Where does it end and where does it stop? That's the question. Right? So now there we go. Okay, so now we remove that. So now that's gone. And then we just quickly, then again, let's remove the Sony part because, because why not? Little patch job there. See what happens, right? Let it go. It generates. And then boom. Right, that's gone. Then we just do a little, we'll do a little crop the PlayStation 2 thing out, but we don't want to remove the rest of that, so we do that. We click done, and then we take this again, and we grab this, and we say generative fill, click generate, right? It's another patch job. That doesn't look great. That looks better. That's fine. Sure. Cool. Whatever. Okay, so take a look. Ta-da! We just removed all of the logos. We removed the unnecessary stuff. So my question to you is this ethical? What I just did. If I were to use this for a video, is this okay? This specific image. Right? So you could say, some would say this is perfectly fine because I'm using an image for a video. I'm just using this image. It's literally, I'm not claiming it's mine. I'm just saying, hey, it just looks cleaner. It just looks cleaner. That's it, right? Okay. Now let's say for argument's sake, what if we took this just for the sake of kicks and giggles? Let's say we go, let's do this. Yeah, you're not putting it. No, I'm just literally being like, yeah, boom, here we go, right? So, but what if I did this? So let's say I merge the layers real quick. I know I could expand the canvas, but I'm lazy right now. So let's just say, okay, well, I'm going to try to have this fit in this space here. It's going to fit ever so nicely. Uh-oh, the aspect ratio doesn't fit. Okay. Well, why don't we just fill it out? We'll select inverse and we say, go nuts. What? Right? Is this okay? Would that be okay to use? Hey, Ray, Gamer Gamers, how's it going? Would this be okay to use? For whatever reason. Maybe it fits better. It fits better in my video, right? It just fits better. It's better for whatever. Or we could even push it even further by literally making a 1920 by 1080 image. Right? So the question is it okay if I am... Is it okay as long as I'm not selling it? Right? Is that the kind of like the some of the things that people are agreeing on? Is like, is it okay as long as I'm not making money off of it? But you could also say that I am making money off of it because I'm using it for a video, which makes me money. Right? Yeah. And as a tool, that's great. My question is where's the line of what's okay and not okay to use? So let's say I do this. Now, I also already know that there is actually a 1080p version of this. I know that for a fact. It's just one of the images I grabbed. But what if there wasn't? Let's say let's play a game of make believe here and pretend that there isn't a 1080p version out. And I want to use this for a thumbnail. And it'd be like, here we go. Let's see how, I mean, it might come out monstrous and terrible looking. But let's see. Right? What if I wanted to use... Oh, gosh. These look awful. Let's try it again. It's like, wow, these look like trash. Not much better. Not much better. But for the sake of argument, let's say I use this for a thumbnail. Is that okay? Is that okay? This is a I don't know. At this point, it's I don't know. I don't know. Is it okay? Is it okay? Right? But then you get people that make some pretty crazy, ridiculous AIs that are just like, what is going on? Like, what is happening? Some of the things I look at, I'm like, some of these things are just absolutely ridiculous. But again, it's where does the, like, for example, there's a certain somebody, I'm not going to say whomst, I'm not going to say who it is. I'm not going to say who it is, but there is somebody within the community that has started to, let's say, use some AI for their art or for their thumbnails, and not like, oh, gently touched AI. I mean, full blitzed video. The thumbnail from the ground up is AI generated. And I saw it for the first time, I think it was today. I was a little bit saddened by it. Because I was just like, wow, that is a little bit disappointing. Again, I'm not going to say whom. I'm sure you can probably go look for them. But I was a little bit disappointed, to be honest, where it was a full thumbnail of AI, like, and it was clearly AI. Like, it wasn't like, could it pass? No, it was so clearly fully AI generated from the ground up. And I couldn't believe it. I was just like, wow, that is nuts. Like, here, we'll do one more example. What would happen if I took Dreamweavers here? Place that there. Let's expand on Dreamweavers, for example. if we did this, and again, if I use this as a thing in a video, is that okay? And the answer to that question at times for me is I don't know. If it's a patch job, like just to quickly remove a logo to make something clean for the video, yeah. That's fine. But is this okay? I'm curious. Is that okay? Right? If for some reason I needed a 4K image, or if I needed just to adjust the whatever, the sizing of the image or whatever, is that okay? And it's a debate. It is a debate, in my opinion. It is, and I'm a fence sitter when it comes to this stuff, because I feel like it comes to a point where there's so much generations, because you could do generation after generation after generation after generation, keep just generating things on top of that, to the point where it's like, okay, at what point does it become like not even like usable anymore? Because if I wanted to, I could do something like this. I could literally take it'd be like, all right, I'm going to take these islands, and I'm just going to do a sloppy job of just selecting. I'm not even going to care. I'm just going to grab these things like that, just for kicks and giggles. Do this. Let's make sure that we don't have any of those starry things there. I'm one-handing this real quick. Generative fill. Don't even type it in. Right. So I feel like just literally going through and doing stuff like this, I think is relatively fine. But then if I do something, but where it gets a little bit weird for me is if I turn around and I do something like this. Like, we'll just do something like this. And I'm curious, because I haven't actually tested this in a while. So I just take a giant, just sloppy area, generative fill, but then I type in and I say, floating castle inspired by Spyro the Dragon. Let's see what happens. It is probably going to be awful, to be honest. I'll be honest with you. It's going to be probably, likely, very terrible. Yeah, like, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it's still bad. Not as bad as I thought, but that is awful. Yeah, no, it is not good, though. Like, it is not good. Like, look at this mess, right? But let's say I turned around and, yeah, I'd say use your best discretion. If you input something that would mislead people into believing something false, that would be abusive, I think. Yeah, I agree. Nightmare Weavers. Eldritch Weavers. Eldritch Nightmare Weavers. Yeah, that would be, yeah, that's a big yikes. Photoshop, your AI is still behind. Thank goodness. Friggin' Cthulhu level of creepy. Everything's melting. But yeah, and I agree with you where if you use it to mislead people, absolutely is where it gets wrong. Like, let me dig through, because I always keep up to date with the AI stuff. I try to, and I keep up to date with it because I need to be able to know how good it's getting. I do, for generative AI. In my opinion, I keep an eye on it. I always keep a pulse on it. I don't use it for selling things, but I keep a pulse on it because, in my opinion, I need to be able to pay attention and know what's happening. Because if I don't know what's happening, if I'm not paying attention, I'm going to lose it. Even if I don't like it, I need to be able to pay attention to make sure that I can tell the difference, right? So, for example, like, literally, this, like this is what I mean by, like, stuff getting crazy. Like, look at that. That's nuts. That's still nuts to me. That's still crazy to me. There's errors and imperfections, but like I said, if you are somebody in Photoshop that knows what they're doing, you can fix that up so easily. Right? And again, that scares me. It scares me. It scares me. And whenever I try to, whenever I post anything about, like, my commentary on this, I try to make sure and clear that it is fake, that it's fake, just to keep people understanding that where it's going to. And the reason why, in my opinion, is if I know what AI can do, I know what to look for, and I know how to counter it, and I know how to fight against it. Let me tell you something. I don't envy right now a lot of the recruiters over in the video game industry who are getting portfolios probably jam-packed full of AI art, jam-packed full of AI that just looks, that is so falsified and so ridiculous. Also, here's something that's unfortunate. I typed in Spyro in Fortnite, and this came up, and the worst thing is, this is the worst part, I don't hate it. And I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it because I don't hate it. I don't hate it, and I'm mad about it. I'm mad. I'm mad about it because I don't hate it, and it makes me mad. That's a really fun design. That's what I mean. Like, that's... Like, that's the scary part. That's it's a fun design, and I'm like... And that makes me mad. It makes me very mad. I don't mind it. I don't mind it either. I don't mind it. And I hate the fact that I don't mind it. I hate that I don't hate that. That is how I feel. I hate the fact that I don't hate that. I hate that fact. I'm like, man, I hate the fact that I don't mind the look of that. And I'd be like, man, that sucks, in my opinion. So, all right. I've ranted long enough. Let's do some Q&A. If you guys got any questions, please fire them away, and I will try my best to answer them as best as possible. I consider plush behind you. Thanks, I do too. You can thank Emerald Queen and Elena for sending that over to me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. They look like a purple pile. Oh, wouldn't that be just like, like the hand up here, pickaxe through the head. Like, oh man, you're like, oh, I wish it was so cursed. And then you see it, you're like, why? Grumble, angry, mad. Grumble. Okay, let's see here. What's the weather like over there? Awful. It's been snowing all day. It's just like, it's not like, oh, spurts of snow. No, it's just snow. You look outside, there's snow. I stopped shoveling. I'm like, there's no point. There's no point. Wait for it to stop. Just stop. When do you think we'll be hearing about season 4? Probably after Valentine's Day, probably. Which, by the way, why is there no Valentine's Day event? Again, why is there no Valentine's Day event? You got Year of the Dragon and Valentine. Wouldn't it be cool to have like an event that is literally love dragons? Like everything that's around fiery, passionate dragon. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be neat. But no, they're on the season 3 calendar and there's no Valentine's Day. It's right there. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's right there. Right there. We are going to get February 25th. Or after February 25th. One or the other. Do you think there'll be a new 3D Mario game for Switch 2? Probably eventually, yeah. Whether it's day one or not, I'm not so sure. But definitely eventually. What would your reaction be if Crash Team Rumble collaborated with Final Fantasy 7? I mean, I would pop off for that. I think that would be super dope. I think that would be really, really, really cool. Yeah, I think that'd be really interesting. What song from a game should I remake? Sephiroth, because it's on my brain right now. Is Forrest Run a reference to Forrest Gump's quote, "Run, Forrest, run"? You know, it might be. That would be funny. No love, only Wumpa. Spyro with an ember skin? Ooh. How would using AI imagery solve economic systems? We've had art since humans were a thing, and we've had better economic systems before. The only way that I would see AI imagery being a assistance in anything is, again, concepting and entertainment. And marketing. So if there's a product to sell, that's where imagery AI will come in. What I think is going to happen, I'll say this. What I think is going to happen is that there is going to be a breaking point when it comes to AI. There's going to be. There's no way that there won't be. And the breaking point, and what I mean by that is the breaking point isn't like, oh, no one's going to use AI anymore. There's going to be a hammer brought down on generative AI imagery that's going to set the standard as to, okay, this is what's okay, and this is what's not okay. And I think that is going to be something that is going to be crazy. And I think where it's going to be where a whole bunch of debating is going to happen is when they start creating ethical AI use where there is a potential way to be able to make money off of people that want to participate in ethical AI use. And I'll give you an example. Imagine a business where, let's say, you are a company that owns an AI image generator, but the only way for you to feed it images is based off of images that have been signed off on saying that it is okay to use. So, for example, let's say I approach a photographer and I say, listen, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pay you $2,000 for you to draw me 20 caricatures. And I do that for 100 people. And they all draw these caricatures, and I let them know how it's going to be used. It's going to be used like this. It's going to be used like this. It's going to be used like this. Also, Then you throw it into the image generator, and then they say, and you sign off on it and say, I'm okay with it being used for AI. I'm okay with it being used that way. And then somebody can come along and they can generate something out of it and they can use it. Now, here is what I would do if I was in a business like that. What I would do is I would create a ethical stock photo site that would literally be, hey, can we source? And what I would do is that I would literally have the AI have another AI running alongside it that would be able to know what images were sourced when someone generated something. So it's like, hey, okay, it spat out. It's like, okay, I want to use this image for commercial use. Okay, I want to use this logo, or I want to buy this and use it for commercial use. Okay, so you buying this logo is going to cost you $400. Okay, so they buy the logo, the rest of the logo that was AI generated. Then there would be a paper that would be able to be a paper or an identifier that would say which artists were referred to that already had signed off ethically on it, saying, yes, I'm okay with this image to be used for AI. They signed off on it. It's, it's good. It's fine. They signed off on it. They give permission for the AI to generate images out of it. And it could be like, hey, it used 4% of this image, 2% of this image, 1% of this image, blah, 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 blah. And then you would say, okay, and whatever the cut that goes to the artist would be split off as a royalty. So if it's like, okay, if I sold the logo for $400 and then my company pockets $200 and the other $200 gets divvied up among all the artists that the AI generator grabbed imagery from for that sale. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Where now there is a way for artists to be able to earn royalty payments through somebody just... And I feel like that would be the most ethical way to be able to keep AI in line when it comes to generative AI. That all the images that are sourced are specifically... all the stuff that's sourced is specifically from signed off pieces of art from artists, and they get a portion of the cut if there's a sale. I feel like that is the... Do I like it? Not really, but that's the direction that AI is going to go, and it needs to be reined in. It needs to be reined in. There has to be some sort of control. There has to be some sort of control made. Because if everyone just sits there from a distance and say, that's bad, and that's it, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. We can all stand to the side and say, it's going to be bad. This is bad, and then do nothing about it. It's just going to get worse. But if you sit there and you draw a line in the sand of this is okay, this is not okay, this is fine, that isn't fine, there has to be a line drawn somewhere. Standing there and saying it's bad and not doing anything about it, they're just going to keep going and 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 going. So you have to draw a line somewhere. When that line is drawn, okay, line drawn. It may not be in a comfortable spot, and it may not be 100% what you wanted, but at least it can be contained and not what's ethical versus what's not ethical needs to be made clear. Yes, that's exactly what I am saying. It needs to be made perfectly clear, because if it's not made clear, just saying it's bad, it's going to be like a fish running line. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And then the thing is that you could still be like, I don't like AI art, period. That's fine. And you could not use it and be against it, but there has to be a line drawn somewhere. You have to draw a line somewhere so that it can at least be contained. Because it will just zoom, go and, keep going and keep going, and everyone just standing there saying, well, I don't like it. It's like, okay, well, we got to draw a line somewhere. There's got to be a line. There's got to be a line drawn somewhere. There's got to be a line. See, okay, this is my last question, and then I'm going to get going. CG, Bianca or Laura? Oh, man, I'm going to make people mad with this. I know a few people in my mind that are going to be very, very upset about this, but here it goes. Allura. 100% Allura. I personally don't really care that much for Bianca. She's fine. But for me, she's probably one of the most least entertaining side characters. Like, in my opinion, I'm just not a fan of Bianca. She's fine. She's not bad. She's just fine. But I really like Allura. I really like Allura. She's a caretaker. She's sassy, but not Karen sassy. And that's the problem that I find with Bianca, is that she's kind of Karen sassy. She's kind of just... Whoever mentioned Entropy being a Valentine event, you have something to me. I knew it. I knew it. She's a fawn, you dork. You can't handle the truth. So I am more of a yes. So if I had to choose, I would pick Allura. Allura to me is just a cute character, especially reignited. I think that she's really cool. I like that she's a fawn. It's a really cool character, cool design, cool story behind her design. Bianca never also doesn't make any sort of reference to the fact that she's a rabbit. I don't think. I'm trying to think. Like, I'm a fawn, you dork. Like, what are you, some kind of goat? There was no, like, rabbit joke. There was no play on the fact that she's a rabbit. I'm trying to think, like, something that was, like, a joke. Like, they couldn't have turned around, and if the sorceress and said, now hop to it, and then she shoots her a dirty look, like, I don't like when you say that. How dare you use bunny talk, right? So, right? So, she's a magic rabbit, right? So it's kind of, yeah. To me personally, I like Allura better. I think she's cool. I think she's fun. I think she's fun. Yeah. Allura, 100%. But for me, Bianca is just kind of just from the original trilogy. Now Cinder from Dawn of the Dragon. Now that's a story to talk about. I'm joking. I'm not gonna get myself ostracized that much. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow when I stream again. Take care, everyone. Have a good night. Stay safe, and take care. Starting the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.